Chapter 1289. The 5 emperor seals in the sky still maintained their original appearance. The disturbance came from somewhere else. Suddenly, everyone felt the ground tremble slightly. In fact, this kind of trembling wasn't much. When Long Chen and Zhao Danshan had fought, the trembling of Martial Emperor City had been even more intense. However, what everyone didn't know was that this kind of trembling spanned over 100 miles and wasn't just limited to a small area like Martial Emperor City. Long Chen was also observing this slight trembling. He could vaguely sense that the 5 great emperor seals were releasing a kind of power. This power was like countless tentacles that were controlling the entire world around them. It seemed like 5 suction forces had erupted from the 5 great emperor seals. The principle was somewhat similar to Long Chen's devouring world of blood, but it wasn't exactly the same. This suction force had nothing to do with humans, so Long Chen wasn't affected in the slightest as he stood there. Very soon, he understood what the 5 great emperor seals were absorbing. Trembling sounds came from all directions. Long Chen lifted his head and saw that there were actually 5 colored air currents: gold, green, black, red, and yellow, rising from the ground, the rivers, and even the endless forests. They were all surging in the direction of the 5 great emperor seals. The 5 colored air currents didn't converge at first. Within 100 miles, the air currents rose into the sky and gathered in the direction of Martial Emperor City. When they were about to reach Martial Emperor City, all the air currents gradually converged into 5 streams of 5 different colors that converged in the direction of the 5 great emperor seals from 5 different directions. The people below let out exclamations of surprise. This was because they saw 5 colored air currents, gold, green, black, red, and yellow, appear in the sky. Each of these air currents was extremely vast and turbulent. They were like surging rivers that stretched across the sky, almost blocking out the stars in the sky. Long Chen could sense that these 5 colored air currents were condensed from the countless metal or veins, trees, rivers, flames, and the earth. These were the essences, and these essences were all gathered by the 5 great ruler seals. Or rather, they were being devoured. As everyone waited expectantly, the 5 massive rivers surged into the 5 colored ruler seals in the sky. The 5 colored river and the 5 colored monarch seal had completely fused. Under the absorption of the 5 great emperor seals, more and more air currents surged up from the ground and the rivers. They gradually gathered at the Martial Emperor City and were absorbed by the 5 great emperor seals. The 5 great emperor seals were like bottomless pits. Everyone lifted their heads and stared blankly at this scene. When everyone felt their necks aching, the 5 colored air currents disappeared and fused with the 5 emperor seals. Everyone knew that the final moment was coming. Just what kind of strange things would happen to these 5 colors? This matter might be related to Long Chen. Everyone was looking forward to what would happen. They realized that after this incident, Long Chen would probably gain a lot of benefits. Some people with higher status and strength had already guessed what was in the sky. To think that all 5 monarch seals are in Long Chen's hands. In a dark corner of the Martial Emperor City, Xiao Lin stared blankly at the 5 great emperor's seals in the sky. His face was full of helplessness. No wonder. It turns out that this lad is a truly terrifying figure. He managed to collect all 5 emperor's seals without anyone noticing. It seems like it's not unreasonable for him to win in the end and dominate the Xinwu sacred dynasty. Xiao Lin looked at the young man in the sky and his face was full of awe. Many people in the Martial Emperor City had the same thoughts as Xiao Lin. The current Long Chen had enough strength to make them revere and submit to him. The only person in the Wushu alliance who had some strength was Xiao Lin. Unfortunately, Xiao Lin was already old and had long lost the will to fight. What he wanted most now was to enjoy his remaining years in peace. Whoever became the Martial Emperor or the Dragon Emperor didn't matter to him anymore. After the airflow in the sky disappeared, the 5 great emperor seals started to dim and weren't as dazzling as they had been at the beginning. When all the light from the 5 great emperor seals disappeared, Long Chen discovered that the 5 emperor seals in the sky had formed a circle the size of a palm. Every emperor's seal had shrunk to the size of a thumb. However, they had become crystal clear, like the most beautiful jade in the world, and were sparkling and translucent. Long Chen knew that the time had come. He could vaguely sense that the 5 great emperor seals now had an indescribable connection with his bloodline. He started to move in the direction of the 5 great emperor seals. At the same time, the 5 great emperor seals were moving in the direction of Long Chen. Long Chen stopped in his tracks and subconsciously raised his right arm. He spread his fingers and faced his palm against the 5 great emperor seals. This was a subconscious action, but he knew that this was the right move. As expected, the 5 great emperor seals quickly arrived in front of him. The 5 translucent jades flickered with a faint fluorescent light as they fused into his palm. Long Chen felt a cool sensation on his palm, which was very comfortable. When the translucent light completely disappeared, Long Chen looked at his palm. At this time, his palm had already returned to normal. Long Chen looked at his palm. The 5 great emperor seals had disappeared and turned into tattoo-like lines that appeared on his palm. Every emperor seal had its own color, and it still looked crystal clear and lifelike. This meant that the 5 great emperor seals had completely fused. Long Chen took a deep breath and tried to use his consciousness to touch the 5 great emperor seals on his palm. As expected, it seemed to be a part of his body. Soon, a burst of information from the 5 great emperor seals entered Long Chen's mind. Long Chen absorbed it hungrily. As he had expected, this was the cultivation method of the 5 great emperor seals. The cultivation method of the 5 great emperor seals had tens of thousands of words. It was at least 20 times more than the cultivation method of the divine seal of desolation. From this, it could be seen how powerful the 5 emperor seals were. Just by reading these magnificent words, Long Chen felt as though he was in the Middle Ages, an era where there were many experts. Is this the 5 emperor seals? These obscure words made Long Chen feel that it was difficult to cultivate for the first time. Even the divine seal of desolation didn't have this feeling. After looking at it for a while, Long Chen felt a little tired. He realized that studying these words for a long time actually made him feel a little tired. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy for him to cultivate the 5 emperor seals, as expected of an emperor-level battle technique. However, the more challenging something was, the more interested Long Chen was. Only then could he stimulate his inner spirit of challenge. From the general principles of the 5 emperor seals, Long Chen understood this information. The 5 emperor seals are divided into 5 techniques. They are the golden the arch-heaven engulfing seal, the green the arch-heaven raising seal, the mystic the arch-heaven engulfing seal, the red the arch-heaven incinerating seal and the yellow the arch-heaven shaking seal. Unlike other battle techniques, these 5 emperor seals aren't differentiated by strength, only by their attributes. Using different types of emperor seals to attack different types of enemies will result in different effects. However, these 5 emperor seals actually have a stacking effect. The 5 emperor seals were all equally powerful. Didn't that mean that he only needed to cultivate one of them? Actually, that wasn't necessarily the case. The 5 emperor seals could be stacked. For example, if Long Chen cultivated the golden the arch-heaven engulfing seal and the green the arch-heaven raising seal, the power of these 2 techniques would be about the same. However, if he used the 2 emperor seals at the same time, the effect would be completely stacked. When 2 different types of attacks were stacked together at the same time, the power would definitely not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Using 2 emperor seals at the same time would cause the power to be 4 or 5 times stronger than the original. Moreover, Long Chen had a total of 5 emperor seals cultivation techniques. In other words, every time he successfully cultivated one of the emperor seals, his battle power would increase by several times. If he could successfully cultivate all 5 emperor seals and then stack their effects, the power of the 5 emperor seals at the same time would probably be 100 times stronger than a single emperor seal. These 5 emperor seals are actually so terrifying. It seems like I've really picked up a treasure this time. Long Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. Just any one emperor seal alone is already a beginner royal battle technique. It's even stronger than my divine desolation seal. Once I've mastered 3 emperor seals, the stacking effect will probably reach the intermediate royal level. In other words, the 5 emperor seals are definitely not just beginner royal battle techniques. At the thought of this, Long Chen was filled with confidence for his trip to the ancient cemetery. Even in the entire 10,000 kingdom territory, the 5 emperor seals were considered the most precious treasures. In the Wushu Sage Empire, who could produce a battle technique more terrifying than the 5 emperor seals? When the 5 emperor seals were used at the same time and the 5 elements collided, the battle power that erupted was absolutely unimaginable. However, Long Chen soon understood that the cultivation of the 5 emperor seals was extremely difficult. To cultivate any emperor seal, I have to find a treasure of the corresponding element. If I want to cultivate the fire of the Scarlet Emperor Sky Scorching Seal, I have to find a special fire. The true sun fire that Xiao Lang once devoured and the beast fire in the 9th hell graveyard are both considered. The blue magic flame that I obtained in Martial Emperor City is already useless for Xiao Lang. I wonder if I can succeed. The cultivation of every emperor's seal required a medium to guide it. Chapter 1290. Cultivating a ruler seal shouldn't be too difficult for Long Chen. After successfully cultivating it, the scarlet ruler seal on Long Chen's palm would be opened up. Long Chen's palm would be condensed with a rich fire-attributed energy. It might even turn Long Chen's entire palm into a sea of fire. However, cultivating the second ruler seal would be much more difficult. After all, different elemental energies would clash with each other. What Long Chen needed to do was to gather the two completely different elemental energies in the small area of his right palm. There was a martial aperture there. Long Chen would have to rack his brains to figure out how to accommodate two different energies in a single martial aperture. As for the future third and fourth ruler seals, there was no need to even mention them. After knowing so much, Long Chen was both happy and worried. He was happy that the 5 ruler seals were so powerful, but worried that they were so difficult to cultivate. Forget it. I'll cross the bridge when I get to it, Long Chen thought to himself. Today's strange phenomenon had completely passed, leaving Long Chen alone in mid-air in a daze. After he had digested the shock brought about by the 5 ruler seals, Long Yu and the others came to his side. Everyone, stop watching. There were still thousands of people watching below, so Long Yu told them to go back. Long Yu had a lot of authority in Martial the Arch City. When everyone saw that the matter was over, they left in awe. The news of the 5 ruler seals spread throughout Martial the Arch City from people who knew about it. Now that everyone knew that Long Chen, who was already strong enough, had obtained such a powerful treasure. Most importantly, he was still young. Such a person was naturally looked up to by everyone. When he saw the concerned gazes of the crowd, Long Chen told everyone about the 5 ruler seals. Logically speaking, the 5 ruler seals should belong to everyone. Long Chen felt a little embarrassed to keep them all to himself. However, he knew that his brothers and sisters didn't care about this. See, I told you that only a freak like 7th brother can cultivate the 5 emperor seals. Ordinary people like us will understand after understanding it. Haha. Zhang Wuya was the first to laugh. Everyone soon laughed as well. They were very happy that Long Chen had such an encounter, but they were definitely not jealous. Young man, work hard. I look forward to hearing the news of you displaying your might in the primeval cemetery, and will be able to bask in some of your glory as well. These past few days were perhaps the happiest days of Long Shan's life since he'd left the 9th Hell Mourning Grounds. In the following days, he would be able to enjoy the happiness of his family. Everyone chatted for a while before Long Yu said, "All right, let's not disturb this little genius. He'll be heading to the primeval cemetery in a while, and he should hurry up and comprehend the 5 emperor seals. Let's not disturb him." After that, she looked at Long Chen and encouraged. "Do your best." "Yes, do your best, brother." Jian Chen, Lei Zhan, and the others all said with a smile. Lei Zhan still had to take care of the war people, so he would leave in a few days. Under Long Chen's arrangements, Jian Chen would go over to help, while the others would stay in Martial Emperor City. As for Huangfu Fengchen and the others, they had also reoccupied the Huangfu clan under Long Yu's arrangements. Although Huangfu Fengchen had lost his strength, no one had any objections to him becoming the clan leader. After all, the strongest person in the Wushu sage's court was Long Chen, and everyone knew about the relationship between Long Chen and Huangfu Fengchen. Even his elder brother, Huangfu Fengyun, had to nod and bow to him. As for Huangfu Qi, he gradually advanced towards the Earth martial arts realm with everyone's help. Everything was developing perfectly according to Long Chen's imagination. Long Chen was very satisfied. He was also very happy to see the people around him happy. In this way, he could fight for his own future with peace of mind. Sometimes, Long Chen would also ask himself if it was worth it for him to sacrifice so much for a woman. Later on, he felt that he was very ridiculous. Love was something that grew in the heart. It didn't matter if it was worth it or not. It only depended on whether one was willing or not. Everything was up to one's heart. And Long Chen's heart was destined to walk on this path from the moment he swore in Baiyang town. Back then, he had been very confused. He had been so confused that he had cried. But today, he truly had the strength to back it up. Long Chen would let all those who had looked down on him understand how laughable their previous disdain was. My fate is not up to the heavens. One day, I will make you crawl under my feet and tremble. After finding a new place, Long Chen began to study the 5 emperor seals. This would be the most important thing he could rely on after he went to the ancient cemetery. He would have to spend the remaining month on the 5 emperor seals. When it was quiet at night, Long Chen sat alone in the house. Xiao Lang had already gone out for a walk, while Long Chen was wholeheartedly studying the 5 emperor seals. He spent a few days reading the general outline of the 5 emperor seals several times, and he also focused on understanding it once. After reading it repeatedly, the effect was much better than the previous rough reading. There were many sentences that were originally difficult to understand, but under Long Chen's repeated pondering, many of them were suddenly clear. Of course, after understanding the general outline, it did not mean that Long Chen would be able to quickly master it. The 5 emperor seals was a big project. Without studying it day and night, it was impossible to succeed. Long Chen planned to start with the Scarlet Emperor Sky Inferno imprint. Hence, he only glanced at the other 4 emperor imprints to get a general understanding of them. All his attention was focused on the Scarlet Emperor Sky Inferno imprint. This Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark is a fire attribute attack. There is the Golden Crow's fire in my quintessential energy, especially in the acupuncture point of my right palm. There is a portion of the Golden Crow's remnant soul in the elixir. Under such circumstances, if I were to cultivate the Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark, it should be much easier, so I'll start from here. The Scarlet the Arch Burning Heaven seal was a fire attribute seal technique. Long Chen had once cultivated a cultivation technique called the Burning Heaven Demon Yang Fist. The 2 battle techniques were somewhat different but had the same effect. However, the power was worlds apart. Once the 5 emperor seals were used, the earth shook. How could a small battle technique compare to it? The more he cultivated, the more Long Chen felt the difficulty and terror of the 5 emperor seals. However, he was not discouraged. I wonder if the Blue Devil Flame can be used as a primer to cultivate the Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark? Long Chen pondered. The role of the Blue Devil Flame was only a primer. The most important thing he could rely on was the Golden Crow's fire. These 2 flames should be able to facilitate the Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark. Of course, if he wanted to cultivate other seal techniques in the future, it would be much more difficult. A lot of time passed by. Long Chen had pondered over the Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven imprints cultivation method for 5 or 6 days. He was ready to truly cultivate the Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven imprint. He didn't cultivate in the Martial Emperor City. Instead, he found a desolate mountain near the Martial Emperor City. The wolf cub guarded him not far away. Xiao Lang didn't need to cultivate, so he watched as Long Chen cultivated. Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark. Extreme Yang, using fire as a primer, 1 seal burns the heavens. In the following period of time, Long Chen was completely immersed in the Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark. He followed the Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark's mental cultivation technique and placed the Blue Devil Flame on his palm. The temperature of the Blue Devil Flame was still relatively high for Long Chen. Long Chen could only barely withstand the temperature by transforming into his dragon soul. However, his palm was almost completely burned by the blue flame. I actually have to hold the Blue Devil Flame in my hand for a total of 3 days before the Scarlet Emperor seal can completely absorb it. Only then can I truly start cultivating the Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark. As he thought of this, Long Chen could only endure it. The path of cultivation was already extremely arduous. If he couldn't even endure this degree of pain, it would be very difficult for him to achieve anything great. Long Chen was like this. His willpower and perseverance were rather shocking, which was why he had achieved what he had today. 3 days passed by quickly. Compared to the people from the 9 great sacred dynasties, although Long Chen's qi wasn't strong, his physique was the best. Therefore, it only took 3 days for the Blue Devil Flame to completely merge with Long Chen's palm. During this process, Long Chen suffered a kind of heart-wrenching torture. Every moment felt like there was a knife cutting his palm. This kind of burning pain wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. Persevere. In his heart, it was precisely because he had faith and pursuits that he could endure the pain time and time again. If one couldn't endure pain, then one wouldn't be a true man. He knew that only by clenching his teeth and persevering could he stand out from the crowd and control his own destiny. Even though cold sweat was pouring down his face, Long Chen still clenched his teeth and persevered. Hard work paid off. After 3 days, the blue devil flame had completely merged with his palm. After the sharp pain subsided, Long Chen felt a kind of comfortable feeling. At this time, the blue devil flame had already been absorbed by the Scarlet Emperor seal. The 5 great Emperor seals on Long Chen's palm were directly connected to the martial aperture in Long Chen's right palm. When the blue devil flame merged with Long Chen's palm, it was as if it had directly appeared in the martial aperture. It's time to start. At this juncture, Long Chen silently recited the cultivation method of the Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark. These 5 Emperor seals were formed with one hand. The process of forming seals was also a process of cultivation. According to the path in his memory, Long Chen immersed himself in the cultivation of the Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark. It was another long journey. The Scarlet Emperor Inferno mark on his palm stretched out a thin thread made of flames and wrapped around the blue devil flame. Small strange runes were instilled into the blue devil flame from the Scarlet Emperor seal. It was obvious that the blue devil flame was relatively weak in front of the Scarlet Emperor seal. This might mean that using the blue devil flame as a primer was actually far from enough. However, Long Chen didn't give up. There were more powerful things in his martial aperture. Time passed day by day. Chapter 1291. At this moment, the golden crow's fire within the pill suddenly ignited and instantly pounced on the blue magic flame. The blue magic flame turned blood red in an instant. The golden crow's fire was originally golden in color, but after being assimilated by Long Chen's ancestral dragon bloodline, it had turned blood red. After turning blood red, the blue magic flame's aura soared. The tiny bright red runes of the Scarlet Emperor seal constantly appeared in the middle of the flame. It was very beautiful. On top of the Scarlet Emperor seal, more bright red filaments extended out, completely connecting with the blue magic flame that had changed color. With the flames of the golden crow, as well as the research and practice he had done over the past few days, the cultivation of the Scarlet Emperor Inferno seal did not seem to be as difficult as he had imagined. However, Long Chen knew that this was all thanks to the flames of the golden crow. Without the flames of the golden crow, it would have been impossible for Long Chen to succeed just now. Moreover, there were still many problems. For example, the pain at the beginning, or the concentration afterwards. If he didn't do a good job, then he wouldn't have been able to successfully cultivate the Scarlet Emperor Burning Heaven seal. Moreover, this was the first seal technique which was the easiest. The second seal technique was much more difficult to cultivate. This time's cultivation was quite perfect. Long Chen was well prepared, but even so, he still spent a lot of time. In the end, the Scarlet Emperor seal and the blue magic flame were completely linked together by the dense fiery filaments. They were inseparable, and the blue magic flame revolved around the blood-red pill on top of Long Chen's true essence vortex. Success! Long Chen seemed to feel that the Scarlet the Arch-incinerating Sky seal, the only one among the 5 Emperor seals on his palm, seemed to have come to life. It was like a small life that existed in his palm. Long Chen could feel every movement of the Scarlet the Arch seal. Under the control of the Scarlet Emperor seal, his entire martial aperture was completely engulfed in flames. Long Chen could sense that the temperature of his right hand was much higher than his left hand. Between the blood-red scales, there was a faint blood-red flame flowing. The power of this arm was rising in a straight line, much more than his left arm. At this moment, Long Chen felt like there was a volcano hidden in his right palm. As long as Long Chen willed it, that majestic power could erupt and sweep out at any time. After he succeeded, his entire arm was trembling. Such tremendous power. If I had learned this move before, I would have been able to kill Feng Xian directly. Long Chen muttered to himself. The power of the Scarlet Emperor Incinerating Seal was at least 10 times stronger than the Divine Seal of Desolation. With Long Chen's current qi, even if he transformed into the Dragon Soul, he could only use it once at most. The Scarlet Emperor Incinerating Seal was indeed an Emperor-level combat skill. For Long Chen, it was almost the same as the Blood Escape technique. Opening his palm, the Scarlet Emperor Seal of the 5 Emperor Seals was emitting a sparkling blood-red light. One could see a small red flame appearing in the pattern of the Scarlet Emperor Seal. This was the flame formed by the fusion of the Golden Crow Fire and the Blue Magic Flame. The Golden Crow Fire should have played the main role. With a thought from Long Chen, his entire arm was burning with blood-red flames. The blazing temperature shocked even him. I've become Xiaolang now. Long Chen smiled helplessly. However, his flame was an extreme young flame that was incomparably blazing, while Xiao Lang's ninth Serenity Demon ancestral flame was an extreme flame that was sinister and cold. The two did not conflict. The Scarlet Emperor Seal was suitable for Yang flames, so Xiao Lang's ninth Serenity Demon ancestral flame was not suitable for Long Chen's cultivation. What a powerful fire energy! Seeing Long Chen stand up, he seemed to have stopped cultivating. Mo Xiaolang appeared in front of him and looked at the flame in Long Chen's hand with some surprise. In terms of flames, the sun-devouring direwolf was an expert. If even he said so, it proved the power of the Scarlet Emperor incinerating seal. Long Chen nodded. The first Emperor seal is relatively simple, but it will be troublesome in the future. But with this trump card, he would have another ultimate skill that could save his life in the primeval cemetery. By the way, Xiaolang, how many days have passed since I cultivated? It's been 33 days. There are only 7 days left before we leave the primordial cemetery, said Xiaolang. In that case, I'll consolidate my cultivation first and then accompany them for a while. All good things must come to an end. Before I leave, I can only have a good gathering. After saying that, Long Chen sorted out the mental cultivation method and the way to use the Scarlet Emperor incinerating seal. 1 day later, he returned to the Martial Emperor city. Under Long Yu's arrangements, the entire Wushu Sage Imperial Court was on the right track. In the Martial Emperor city, Lu Yi had learned to control the ancient demon's corpse. After a period of cultivation, Long Shan could display the combat power of the 4th level of the Earth Martial Realm without a problem. With them guarding the Martial Emperor city, Long Chen was completely at ease. In the Martial Emperor Palace, Long Chen met Long Yu. Long Chen was originally making arrangements with the old members of the Wushu Alliance. After seeing Long Chen, she hurriedly left the others and went to Long Chen. How is your cultivation? Long Yu asked expectantly. I have already completed one of the Emperor seals. However, it will be difficult for me to complete the others. Long Chen said frankly. It is already very good. Long Yu smiled sweetly and said, I will leave in about 5 or 6 days. To be honest, I am really reluctant to leave you. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, so much time has passed. The day I first met you seems like it was yesterday. Yes, big sister will always be this beautiful, Long Chen nodded and teased. He then asked, what are you talking about with the people of the Wushu Alliance? They want you to announce that you will replace the Martial Emperor position and become the ruler of the divine Wushu Sage Imperial Court. Long Yu smiled at Long Chen. You know I can't stay here. Long Chen said. Of course I know. However, I am going to tell them after you leave. Haha, in the Martial Emperor city, Long Chen stayed for a long time. Then, he went to the Huangfu clan. It was not easy for Huangfu Qi to see Long Chen. Of course, she did not want Long Chen to leave. Big brother, let me tell you. I already know what the martial realm is. My father said that in half a month, I will be an expert of the Earth Martial Realm. I will be the new master. Huangfu Qi pulled Long Chen's arm and shouted happily. Long Chen did not tell her that he was leaving. After talking with her for a while, after she went to cultivate, Long Chen talked to Huangfu Fengchen. I am really sorry. I wanted to find a way for you to recover your strength, but I don't have time. Long Chen said. It is okay. Huangfu Fengchen smiled and said, your state of mind is different from mine. As of now, strength isn't important to me anymore. Once Chi-Chi grows up, I'll be able to relax a little and live the life of an immortal couple with my wife. The path of cultivation is too dangerous and merciless. Truthfully speaking, I have to thank Fengxian for this opportunity to rest. His state of mind was very good, so Long Chen was not worried. If he could be with the person he loved, strength and whatnot weren't important. But Long Chen had already fallen into this trap, and there was no way out. After quietly leaving the Huangfu clan, Long Chen went to see Lu Yi one last time. He did not approach her, but only looked at her from afar. She sat alone in the pavilion and was lost in thought. Long Chen did not want to disturb her. After gritting his teeth, he left Martial Emperor City with Xiao Lang. After finding a peaceful place, Long Chen quietly waited for the arrival of the last moment. He knew that from tomorrow onward, there would be another bloody storm. This night was the eve of the storm. There were still many challenges waiting for him. Only by persevering could he become the ultimate expert. He did not say goodbye to the others and just left quietly. All in all, This Wushu Sage dynasty's fortuitous encounters and experiences were quite good. I also have my current strength. Next, the primordial cemetery. Long Chen looked into the distance. The endless stars had become a path of blood for him. Big brother. Mo Xiaolang reminded him at this moment. Long Chen looked down and saw that the ancient tomb token, which was hanging on his chest, was now glowing with a faint gray light. It should be starting soon. Xiaolang, enter my great void realm. Long Chen squinted his eyes and stood up. The wolf cub didn't say anything else. It turned into a black flame and entered Long Chen's body. It was said that this ancient tomb token could only bring one person into the primordial cemetery. However, since Long Chen had a space like the Great Void Realm, he naturally could bring as many people as he wanted. After Xiaolang entered, Long Chen's face turned solemn and he held the ancient tomb token in his hand. The originally cold ancient tomb token now transmitted a warm energy. It's about time. Long Chen felt that this originally ordinary ancient tomb token was now emitting an ancient aura that enveloped Long Chen in a sealed space. At this moment, the ancient tomb token flashed with a bright light and a gray array appeared in front of Long Chen. Countless runes appeared within it. These runes twisted and all of them swam towards Long Chen's body. Long Chen did not resist and allowed this power to surround him. He had a feeling that he was currently in a teleportation array, and the power of the teleportation array was quickly activating. At this moment, it was the break of dawn. When the first ray of sunlight appeared on the horizon and shone on Long Chen's body, an illusory wave appeared on Long Chen's body. A shocking power acted on his body and it could be seen that his body actually slowly disappeared into the air. He disappeared from the divine Wushu Sage dynasty just like that. Chapter 1292. Of course, Long Chen was only suppressing their prestige. Xiao Chen was someone who knew his limits. When the other party came to bully him, his retaliation had already caused the deaths of Lu Junyue and the Heavenly God Palace's Hall Master's woman. Then, he humiliated the Heavenly God Palace's punishment hall and even offended the Second Supreme Elder, causing the Second Supreme Elder to fall into a state of madness and humiliation. Xiao Chen had already done enough. There was no point in continuing to force them. Long Chen's initial purpose was to enter the Martial God Palace. Later, when Lu Junyue caused trouble, he only wanted to teach him a lesson. Now that he had accomplished his purpose, he was not interested in the 3,000 palaces, which was a huge mess. Before the shocked gazes of the crowd, Long Chen suddenly smiled. Long Chen tossed the two Lu clan experts in his hands to the ground like they were trash, kicking up a cloud of dust. The two Lu clan experts vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground with pale complexions. All right, this is enough for today. I was just joking with you. I have another battle tomorrow, so I won't be accompanying you. Long Chen stretched lazily like nothing had happened. However, everyone felt helpless. Things had already reached this point. Was there any meaning to tomorrow's battle? Clearly not. This hidden dragon ranking battle could be considered over today. Or rather, it could be said that they had failed. The supervisor of the Martial God Palace did not seem to be of any use. For Long Chen to bully the Second Supreme Elder to such an extent was already a ruthless slap in the face. How could the Second Supreme Elder accept this? At this moment, seeing the two Lu clan experts severely injured, the Second Supreme Elder's face sank. He said, after flaunting your prowess, "You think you can leave just like that? What else can I do? You can try and see if you have the ability to stop me." Long Chen said proudly. In everyone's hearts, he was already on the same level as the Second Supreme Elder. Humph. The Second Supreme Elder didn't say anything and suddenly attacked. Long Chen smiled as he received the attack. The two of them instantly became indistinguishable. All that could be seen was that because of their battle, everything was collapsing and riddled with holes. Long Chen intentionally directed the battle towards the direction of the Heavenly Deity Palace. His casual attack could cause a large number of casualties in the Heavenly Deity Palace. The people of the punishment hall had also suffered disastrous casualties. Haha, let's continue fighting. Let's see if you can injure me first, or if your punishment hall's people will all die first. I think you should consider this carefully. Long Chen laughed loudly, his laughter shaking the entire Imperial planet. The Second Supreme Elder was about to go crazy. At this moment, Long Chen appeared in the sky. The battle between the two had ended. Although Long Chen was in a sorry state, He was not injured at all. He looked at the mess of the Heavenly God Palace and the punishment hall and laughed crazily. Old man, I have to make you admit that you can't do anything to me. I, Long Chen, am like this. I'm fearless. I'm not afraid of you. I see the Heavenly God Palace and the punishment hall as dogs. What the hell can you do to me? This sound almost made the second Supreme Elder faint from anger. Unfortunately, Long Chen was like a loach, not willing to fight him head-on. Long Chen was right. He understood that there was nothing he could do to him. However, how could he get rid of the anger in his heart? He was someone who had been famous for thousands of years. Today, he was humiliated by a kid. If this were to spread, his reputation would be ruined. The shock that Long Chen had given everyone today was too much. At this moment, everyone was already numb to it. No matter how heaven-defying Long Chen was, they would probably accept it. Both parties faced off once more. The second Supreme Elder could not hold back the anger in his heart. It was like a wild beast in his heart, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It wanted to pounce out of his body and bite Long Chen to death. However, the more he fought, the more people from the punishment hall died. His reputation was trampled even more by Long Chen. Especially that sentence. What the hell can you do to me? How many years had it been since someone dared to say something like that to him? He could not tolerate it anymore. No matter how much he endured, his killing intent was still nourished and was growing rapidly. Enough! Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang out. Long Chen was stunned. He turned his head and saw an ordinary-looking old man in gray robes suddenly appear behind him. This old man looked simple, but he was actually very powerful. He was much more powerful than Ancestor Mo and Ancestor Luan. Only the world emperor that Long Chen looked up to probably had the power of this ordinary old man. Long Chen turned his head abruptly. With just a glance, he could tell the difference between this old man and the second Supreme Elder. It was as if he did not exist at all, as if he had merged with the heavenly Tao. He gave off an illusory feeling and did not have any emotions. He was like a rock that had been exposed to the wind and rain all year round and was covered in moss. The calmness and naturalness in his eyes made Long Chen feel a sliver of respect and admiration. At the same time, he also felt a sense of closeness. Just a glance from such an expert was enough to soothe the violence in Long Chen's heart. He had indeed gone a little crazy today. Greetings, Senior. Long Chen put away his arrogance and bowed to the old man. The old man smiled at him in a very natural manner. Without needing anyone to tell him, Long Chen could guess this old man's identity. Without a doubt, he was the most horrifying person in the 3,000 palaces. He was the punishment hall's first Supreme Elder, the person with the highest position in the 3,000 palaces. What was different from the other Supreme Elders was that he was sent by the Martial God Palace to manage the 3,000 palaces. The 3,000 palaces were the foundation of the Martial God Palace. To the Martial God Palace they were the most important. When the old man appeared, everyone was stunned. Then, they all knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Greetings, First Supreme Elder." Even the people from the punishment hall of the Heavenly God Palace did the same. The other Grand Elders also hurriedly bowed respectfully, including the second Grand Elder who was still burning with rage. "Rise," the First Supreme Elder said. Only then did everyone stand up and look at this legendary old man with eyes filled with respect. At this moment, the punishment hall's people became arrogant. "Aren't you very arrogant, Long Chen? Now that the First Supreme Elder is here, I want to see what you will do." The first person to fight for was the second Supreme Elder. He showed an anxious expression and said quickly, "Big brother, you must have seen what happened today." Long Chen. At this point, the first Supreme Elder already waved his hand, indicating for him to stop. Then, he looked at the crowd below and said in an extremely quiet voice, "I saw what happened today. The punishment hall's negligence is this old man's fault. From today onwards, this old man will reform the punishment hall and will not tolerate anyone. If the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the commoners. As for today's matter, this old man does not want to pursue it. Those who bring evil upon themselves will not be able to live." The first Supreme Elder's words stunned everyone in the 3,000 palaces. Although they had never seen this first Supreme Elder before, he seemed different from what they imagined. He was an upright person, different from the second Supreme Elder and the others who tolerated evil. If that was the case, everyone would cheer. What they needed was a fair and just environment. Everyone started cheering. As for the sentence, those who bring evil upon themselves, it was clearly directed at Lu Junyue. This actually meant that the first Supreme Elder seemed to be on Long Chen's side. This, in their imagination, Long Chen had offended the Punishment Hall's dignity. As the head of the Punishment Hall, the first Supreme Elder should have killed Long Chen. The difference between reality and imagination was simply too great. The expressions of the other 5 Supreme Elders turned very unsightly. In reality, they were the ones who understood the first Supreme Elder the most. He rarely appeared, spending most of his time in cultivation. Most of the time, the 5 of them were the ones who dealt with most of the matters. This was the first time he showed himself. He had decided to reform the Punishment Hall. Naturally, this reform referred to the 5 of them. To them, this was not a good thing. In the future, they would no longer have any mercy in front of the Punishment Hall. However, what could they do? Even the second Supreme Elder did not have the guts to go against this super expert that the Martial God Palace bid for. Long Chen was also somewhat surprised. This was indeed an elder worthy of respect. First Supreme Elder, in terms of punishment, Long Chen killed the innocent today. He has committed a grave sin. What do you think? The second Supreme Elder still refused to give up and spoke to the first Supreme Elder in a negotiating tone. Wu Feng, you have become bolder now that you have reached the Tribulation Realm. The first Supreme Elder looked at him quietly. The second Supreme Elder felt his hair stand on end. He immediately lowered his head and shut his mouth. At this moment, the first Supreme Elder made another announcement. The Hidden Dragon ranking battles are not over yet. There was only a small accident today. Tomorrow is the final battle. Everyone, please go back and prepare. I will personally watch the battles tomorrow. The crowd was in an uproar. With the first Supreme Elder watching, they did not have to worry about anything. To be honest, the victor was still undecided. Long Chen currently had the highest points. He had won 6 matches in a row and already had 11 points. Next was Feng Jilin. She had won 5 matches and had a total of 10 points. Originally, Lu Junyue would be next. However, she was already dead. If her name was removed, it would be Xueqi and then Yan Qingchen. In her match with Xueqi, Feng Jilin had displayed extraordinary strength. She was nearly as strong as Long Chen today. Hence, there was still some suspense in tomorrow's battle. If Feng Jilin won, she and Long Chen would be tied for first place. There was no suspense in Xueqi obtaining third place. The story of Feng Jilin and Long Chen had caused an uproar in the 3,000 Great Halls. There was no lack of gossipy people in this world. Their scandals were still circulating among the people. In fact, the battle between Long Chen and Lu Junyue was like a battle between 2 love rivals. Of course, the scandals between Long Chen and Feng Jilin were different because they were on opposing sides. Hence, tomorrow's battle was still very interesting. Chapter 1293. The Great Supreme Elder summoned Long Chen. It seemed that Long Chen was appreciated by the Great Supreme Elder. In fact, many people respected Long Chen because he was brave and stood on the side of justice. The Lu family's morale had dropped to the lowest point since the start of the Hidden Dragon rank. They would have been more willing to let Long Chen take charge of the 3,000 palace. At least, Long Chen seemed like a fair person. They didn't want the Lu family to abuse their power and openly break the rules. Long Chen had actually expected this. After the power of the Soul Reversal Saint Jade was removed, Long Chen felt dizzy for a while and then regained his consciousness. Today's battle had used up a lot of energy. The final Soul Reversal Saint Jade also made Long Chen very tired. His face was a little pale. As for Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai, they were in a better condition. After coming out, Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were much more well-behaved and quickly bowed to the Great Supreme Elder. Greetings, Senior Murong. I haven't seen you for a long time. I remember when I came to the 3,000 Palace, you were kids less than 100 years old. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed. The Great Supreme Elder said emotionally. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai acted like juniors in front of the Great Supreme Elder, and quickly chatted with the Great Supreme Elder. Little Chen, go with Senior Murong. Nangong Lai gave him a look. Long Chen nodded. After saying goodbye to Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing, he followed the Great Supreme Elder. After walking in silence for a while in the Imperial Star, the Great Supreme Elder stopped on a high mountain. He looked at the people below and said nothing. Great Supreme Elder, what orders do you have for me? Long Chen asked. Nothing much. The old man smiled and looked at the clouds below. You have a lot of secrets on you. Secrets that make people very excited. Long Chen was a little wary, but he didn't say anything. The Great Supreme Elder chuckled and said, Don't be nervous. Back then, I saw the person who saved Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai from afar. He's your father, right? Long Chen was startled. He didn't expect it to be like this. Under such circumstances, he could only nod and say, Indeed, that is my father. The old man sighed and said, Indeed, only people from that place would have such talent. They are merely in their 20s, yet they have already reached a realm that others would need several thousand years to reach. That place. Long Chen's heart trembled. He was incomparably excited. Didn't this mean that this old man knew where Long Chen's father came from? Just as Long Chen was filled with hope and was about to ask about it, the old man interrupted him. That's right. Once you grow up, you'll learn about that place. Knowing it too early isn't a good thing, so I won't tell you. There aren't many people in the 3 regions and 9 realms who know about that place. Long Chen felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on him. However, he really wanted to know about it. Xiao Chen knew that since the other party had already said so, it was impossible to pry any information out of him. So he shut his mouth and said, That's fine too. I'll find out one day. The old man nodded and said, You have a good temperament. You are a junior that I like. However, you'll have to restrain your temper after you reach the Martial God Palace. Many thanks, Great Supreme Elder. This junior knows his limits, Long Chen quickly said respectfully. All right, there's nothing else. You can go back. Pay attention to that girl in tomorrow's battle, the Great Supreme Elder said. If even the Great Supreme Elder warned him, Feng Zhilin would definitely not be easy to deal with. Long Chen grew vigilant. After taking his leave, he headed in the direction of the Evil Dragon Palace. The sky gradually darkened, and the curtain of night began to fall. After tomorrow's battle, Long Chen wanted to go to the 9-star Primal Chaos City and deal with the matter of the Void Universe Dragon first. When he was about to reach the Evil Dragon Palace, a girl in a long white dress and purple veil blocked his way. Seeing the long hair floating in the air, Long Chen immediately knew who it was. Let's talk, Feng Zhilin said and walked into the distance. Long Chen glanced at her graceful figure and outstanding curves. He did not say anything and followed her. Today, the sky was filled with stars. Rivers flowed freely in the Imperial Star. Feng Zhilin stopped beside a large river. There was lush green grass beside it. The river was very clear, and the fish and shrimp at the bottom could be clearly seen. Starlight scattered down from the sky like a dream. Beautiful scenery, beautiful women, this was undoubtedly very pleasant. However, Long Chen did not care about this. When the girl turned her head back calmly, Long Chen pursed his lips and said, It will end tomorrow. I don't think there's anything to say. Feng Zhilin did not speak at first. Ever since she was defeated by Long Chen in the Evil Dragon Palace, she had become a little strange. She was very cold and quiet, not as violent and spoiled as before. I think I can only live for another month, Feng Zhilin suddenly said. Feng Zhilin suddenly said. She said it so casually, as if she wasn't talking about her life. Long Chen was stunned. He did not understand what she meant at first. After a while he understood. It must be the ghost in her body causing trouble. The person in her body was not any weaker than the woman in Yang Lingqing's body. So, why could she only live for a month? It was all because of Long Chen. Tomorrow was the day of the battle. Even if she could fulfill her long-cherished wish and defeat Long Chen in the end, so what? She would lose her life. In order to be competitive, she had given up her life. In this aspect, she was somewhat similar to Lu Junyue. Long Chen was silent for a while. He felt it was better to make things clear, so he said, Actually, I think there are many things that are unnecessary. Do we really have such a big grudge? Your personality is really hard to bear. You have never been bullied since you were young. We come from the same place. There is no need to fight to this extent. I don't need to say anything else. You know. Feng Zhilin chuckled and mocked herself. So what? I have come this far, and there is no turning back. I will pay the price for my impulsiveness because of my own stubbornness. Seeing her like this, Long Chen suddenly felt that she was actually quite pitiful. He did not have much killing intent towards her, but if Long Chen wanted to save her, he realized that he could not do it. Let's not talk about this first. Whether or not he could subdue the soul in her body was not certain. If he ended up killing himself, or becoming blind like Li Xuanji. To Long Chen, it was not worth it for such a woman. Long Chen felt that Feng Jilin deserved what happened today. Plus, Long Chen also knew that she had sacrificed too much to come this far. She could finally prove herself and fulfill her wish. She would not give up. Tomorrow, you are going to kill me. Long Chen looked at her coldly. Yes. Otherwise, what should I do during the month that I have been alive? Feng Jilin said blankly. She took a few steps back and spun around in front of Long Chen. Her dress danced in the wind. Under the moonlight, her white skin and fluttering dress were mesmerizing. After spinning a few rounds, Feng Jilin was a bit tired. She looked at Long Chen in a daze and said, "As for me, maybe I was born with a tragic fate. Tomorrow is my long-cherished wish. I won't hold back. I want my life to be without regrets. Otherwise, I will be too sad." This crazy woman. Long Chen wanted to slap her and wake her up. But he didn't have the ability to do so, so he let it go. "I knew about the god martial spirit in your body," Long Chen suddenly said. "You knew?" Feng Jilin was a bit surprised and said, "You knew, but you didn't mention it. You can really hold it in." "Yeah, when I came out of the ancient cemetery, I thought she was the most important person in my life. She said she could make me have power that far surpasses the sky realm. At that time I was so happy. So she really is the demon that wants to take over my body. She is definitely listening to us now. Listen, she is laughing proudly. The person living in this body in the future will not be me." Long Chen was silent. "See you tomorrow." There was nothing more to say. Long Chen turned around and left. Feng Jilin widened her eyes. She watched him disappear into the darkness bit by bit. After he completely disappeared, she softly fell on the ground. Her dress spread out on the grass. Her eyes were looking at the stars in the sky. There wasn't much spirit in her eyes. What was the purpose of living? The second day arrived as scheduled. Although there was an accident yesterday, the crowd's anticipation for the second day was no less than the first day. This was because it concerned the birth of the true champion. What was different from before was that this time, the majority of people were full of confidence in Long Chen. In their eyes, Long Chen was already the number one of the 3,000 palaces. This was the final battle of the Hidden Dragon ranking, and with the presence of the first Supreme Elder, it was absolutely fair. At this moment, many people with strength and status gathered on the Hidden Dragon stage. On the other hand, the Sky God Palace, Mad Demon Palace, Mysterious Underworld Palace, and other super palaces did not come. No one had expected that 500 years ago, the 5 palaces would monopolize the top 10. But today, 500 years later, the final champion would be decided by 2 smaller palaces. The Evil Dragon Palace and the Wind Divine Palace. The battle between Long Chen and Feng Jilin could be considered a fated battle. From the start, they had already fought several battles. From the start, Long Chen was far from being her opponent. Then, Long Chen could easily abuse her. Then, Feng Jilin came to the true martial emperor palace. She thought that she had far surpassed Long Chen, but she never expected that she would be suppressed by Long Chen until now. The first 3 battles weren't theirs. As the battles progressed, the points on the rankings were more or less fixed. Xueqi was ranked 3rd because she had lost to Feng Jilin, Long Chen, and Lu Junyue. She had won a total of 4 battles, so she had 9 points. Chapter 1294. Very quickly, the most anticipated final battle arrived. The people from the Evil Dragon Palace and the Wind Divine Palace could be considered to be showing off their strength this time. Under Long Chen's arrangements, more than 10,000 of the 30,000 disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace had come here to witness the most legendary moment of the Evil Dragon Palace. When Feng Jilin fought against Xueqi, she easily won, displaying her powerful fighting strength. And when Long Chen fought against Lu Junyue, it challenged everyone's nerves. Who would be the final victor in this battle? In theory, if Feng Jilin defeated Long Chen, then she would be the true number 1 expert. This was because everyone could tell that she had lost to Lu Junyue on purpose. She was the same as Long Chen. She had never been defeated before. Furthermore, she had won every battle very easily. Long Chen sat high up in the evil dragon palace. Not far from him, Feng Zhilin was also surrounded by the women of the Wind Divine Palace. It was as if after what happened last night, the two of them no longer had anything to say. They didn't even want to look at each other. After the third battle ended, Yang Wang was incomparably excited in the sky. Everyone, the biggest event of the 3,000 palaces that happens once every 500 years, the Hidden Dragon ranking, is finally about to end. However, before this, there is still the most important battle. This is the time to truly decide the champion. Then, who exactly has the qualifications to become the champion? I believe that everyone has a clear idea of what to do. Haha, then I won't keep you in suspense. They are the evil dragon palace master and Long Chen. Saying that, he spread out his hands and pointed in Long Chen's direction. Immediately, there was a commotion. Tens of thousands of disciples of the evil dragon palace crazily shouted Long Chen's name. And also, the beautiful palace master of the Wind Divine Palace, Feng Zhilin. The cheers of the crowd became even louder. No matter what, beauties were more attractive than heroes. In the 3,000 palaces, there were still more male disciples. The entire scene seemed like it was about to explode. On the highest platform, the first Supreme Elder sat peacefully. The other Supreme Elders obediently sat beside him. At this moment, his face was filled with a harmonious smile as he said softly, "Everyone, please be quiet." Although his voice was very soft, it carried a calming power. When the crowd heard it, they immediately stopped shouting. The entire scene became extremely quiet. Not a single sound could be heard. "Alright, now, let's welcome the two of you onto the stage. Give us the most exciting battle, and let this hidden dragon ranking battle come to a perfect end. In the end, will the evil dragon palace leader win 7 consecutive championships and create a miracle for tens of thousands of years? Or will the Wind Divine Palace leader finally counterattack and successfully ascend to the top? Let us wait and see." Being welcomed by the crowd, Long Chen's heart was incomparably calm. He knew that Feng Zhilin would have a way to deal with him. However, it was time to settle the score. He hoped that she would be clear-headed after today's battle. Otherwise, Long Chen wouldn't mind killing her. However, she seemed to have said that she could only live for a month. Speaking of which, it was really a bit of a dilemma. Towards her, Long Chen didn't know what to do. They had known each other for a long time, and he had a bit of hatred and disgust, but he also felt that it wasn't as tragic as he had imagined. He just didn't know why the other party still wouldn't let go. Wasn't it just taking off her clothes and carving words? As he was thinking about this, Long Chen had already arrived at the hidden dragon battlefield. Raising his head, he saw that Feng Zhilin, whose white clothes were fluttering in the wind, was already standing about 30 meters in front of him. She looked at Long Chen expressionlessly, as if she was looking at someone she didn't know at all. The light barrier of the hidden dragon battlefield had already been broken. The mighty wind gently blew, and Feng Zhilin's clothes fluttered in the wind. Her proud curves were faintly discernible, and her full chest was already very impressive. However, when he thought about how he had carved his own name on it, Long Chen felt a little strange. Such an evil person didn't seem to be him. But why was it that every time he saw this woman looking at him with disgust, he wanted to teach her a lesson? The final battle began. Yang Wang passionately announced. Everyone stared at him nervously. The atmosphere was extremely tense at this moment. Swoosh. Everyone thought that these two people with rumors would talk for a while. They didn't expect that Feng Zhilin would attack right after Yang Wang announced the start. She didn't show any mercy at all. 100-generation storm phantoms. All of a sudden, Feng Zhilin turned into 100 shadows. The 100 shadows formed by the whirlwind symbols all rushed towards Long Chen. Long Chen had broken this move before, but compared to the last time, this move was way more powerful. The environment formed by hundreds of storms didn't rush to attack Long Chen. After they completely surrounded Long Chen, they completely blocked Long Chen's way. Feng Zhilin finally arrived in front of Long Chen with a cold smile on her face. Her long dress fluttered in the wind, making her look like a wind fairy. However, this wind fairy didn't show any mercy when she attacked. Wind God Heart Sutra, Devouring Wind Formation. The two moves were almost performed at the same time. At that moment, a huge wind formation was formed in front of Long Chen's eyes, forming a huge whirlpool, shooting up to the sky. What was different from the last time was that this time, the 100 storm phantoms also performed the devouring wind formation. Suddenly, Long Chen was completely surrounded and couldn't move at all. The devouring wind formation, which had been strengthened by several times, was violently attacking Long Chen from all directions. The terrifying might made the onlookers tremble with fear. They knew that an ordinary cultivator in the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm wouldn't even be able to resist this move. Storm World Power. As expected, the power of Feng Jilin's world was related to the storm. Under the power of the storm world, the devouring wind formation became extremely horrible. Crack. The ground of the arena in the hidden dragon battleground was torn apart piece by piece. The onlookers couldn't help but be speechless. In this way, Long Chen would be torn to pieces. They felt that Long Chen wouldn't lose so easily. Many people still felt that Long Chen had a high chance of winning. Storm was a kind of violent destructive power. Sometimes, it was even more horrible than the power of other worlds. However, the real destructive power was the power of Nirvana. The reason why the power of Nirvana was so horrible and why the warriors in the Nirvana Tribulation realm were so strong was because of the power of Nirvana. Although Long Chen only had a little bit of it, it was still stronger than the power of the Storm World. 9 Dragons Scripture. Fighting against Feng Jilin, Long Chen didn't hold back. Suddenly, the 9 Dragons Scripture was activated and a total of 5 divine dragons appeared behind Long Chen. To deal with the 8th grade devouring wind formation, the power of the 9 Dragons Scripture was enough. Roar. A total of 5 terrifying dragon roars came out from the storm. Then, the onlookers saw 5 layers of colors explode. Rays of colorful divine light suddenly appeared. In the storm, it was as if there were 5 giant divine dragons tumbling. The power of the storm was all directed towards Feng Jilin. Break. The scarlet blood desolation swept out. Rumble. With a loud explosion, the largest devouring wind formation was shattered by Long Chen. The 100 Eras Storm Phantom was also killed by Long Chen. Both of them flew out at the same time. Their blood and chi were in turmoil and their faces were slightly pale. Long Chen couldn't help but be shocked. When he fought against Lu Junyue, he directly crushed her. He didn't expect Feng Jilin to be so strong. His attack actually couldn't hurt her. Just now, they were evenly matched. It should be known that Long Chen had used the power of Nirvana. If he didn't have the power of Nirvana, the power of the 5th level of the 9 Dragon Scripture would probably decrease a lot. The reason why Long Chen could fight against a warrior at the 8th level of the Divine Martial Realm was mainly because of the power of Nirvana. Not bad. I don't want to make boring attacks anymore. Let's see if you can take this move. If you can, I, Feng Jilin, am no match for you. In the sky, Feng Jilin said coldly. Of course, even if you can take this move, you still can't escape the fate of death today. I don't want to die alone. You have to die with me. Speaking till here, she was a little emotional. Maybe, she was also afraid of death. Otherwise, she wouldn't have looked for Long Chen yesterday. Long Chen didn't say anything. He pointed the scarlet blood desolation at her without hesitation. These 2 young warriors who seemed to be having an ambiguous relationship with each other really shocked the onlookers. They were really fighting for the final victory. It was also to give her an explanation. Feng Jilin didn't say anything. She stretched out a finger and pointed at Long Chen. Her eyes were vaguely bloodshot. I hope you can use your strongest finger skill to take this move. Feng Jilin said coldly. Long Chen heard her and put away the blood-red desolation. He didn't say anything and just kicked off the ground, shooting toward Feng Jilin. Feng Jilin closed her eyes. A small whirlwind gathered on her finger. This was the 9th level divine skill that she had just practiced. It was also her most powerful combat skill. Of course, it was not given to her by that person. It was something that could make a warrior at the 9th level of the divine martial realm tremble. This finger skill was not something that the Wind God Palace could have. It was also given to her by that person. It was called Death Storm. The small whirlwind gathered on her fingertip gradually turned into a dead gray color. It gave off a feeling that made people's hearts palpitate. Long Chen also felt the pressure. It was a kind of power that seemed to come from another world. Death. That was the feeling that the gray airflow gave off. It didn't have any vitality. Long Chen didn't care so much. Since she wanted an answer, Long Chen would give it to her. Therefore what he used this time was the extreme finger of time. The extreme finger of time that could shake off the golden elephant seal of 9 spirits. The power of the void dragon. He stretched out his hand. The ordinary but terrifying extreme finger of time was used by Long Chen. Suddenly, time was distorted. A flow of turbulence gathered on Long Chen's fingertip and stabbed toward Feng Jilin. Death storm. This was a finger skill. Feng Jilin's face was pale. She used a little more strength and her finger came out of the gray whirlwind. The finger that came out was not the original color, but a dead gray color. The extreme finger of time looked ordinary, but the death storm was so shocking. The physical book was already available for subscription. If you were a reader from the main website and wanted to buy it, you could directly click on Buy Book on the top right of the web page. If you ordered it now, it would probably arrive at the end of September. Crazy would sign some bookmarks and send them to Beijing. The staff would put them in the book and give them to everyone. The cover was very beautiful. It would definitely not disappoint those who liked this book. If you were not a reader from the main website and wanted to buy the book, including those on the mobile website, please join the group 151642970. There would be a subscription consultant to teach you how to buy the book. Chapter 1295. The crowd was in an uproar. This was a true battle of standards. Everyone knew what kind of attack Long Chen's finger meant, and Feng Jilin's didn't look bad either. Would she be able to take it? The result was clear in an instant. Long Chen's extreme universe finger and Feng Jilin's death storm gently collided. The instant they collided, Long Chen's surroundings were instantly engulfed by a gray whirlwind. The entire hidden dragon battlefield was directly shattered. Many experts stood up and had no choice but to use their own methods to protect the young martialists. The crouching dragon platform shook again. The power of the death storm was so terrifying. At this moment, the crowd acknowledged Feng Jilin's strength. She was indeed strong, able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Long Chen. But what was the result? Normally, being engulfed by the gray whirlwind would only result in death. However, Long Chen's extreme finger of time was too strong. It was so strong that before Feng Jilin could use the death storm to kill him, her defense was already pierced through. The chaotic power instantly shook her, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood as she was sent flying. Without her control, the death storm naturally dissipated. Only one person was still standing in the sky. Although her face was pale, it was clear that she had won. Feng Jilin spat out a mouthful of blood as she fell to the ground. Her face was pale. Evidently, the extreme finger of time had caused her a deep injury. Long Chen did not continue to attack. Instead, he used a scrutinizing gaze to look at the fellow with bloodshot eyes. It seemed like this woman had learned her lesson. The crowd cheered. Long Chen was indeed strong. Although Feng Jilin was not bad, she was still not Long Chen's opponent. There was no doubt that she would be ranked second. For such a miracle to happen between the two halls, it could be considered a huge miracle. However, the crowd was still looking forward to it. No one had admitted defeat yet, and Feng Jilin's injury was not that serious. What kind of romantic story would happen next? Soon they realized they were thinking too much. Feng Jilin gritted her teeth and stood up. Her expression was weird. Her beautiful face was actually crying, but her face was full of smile, a cold smile. When she raised her head, Long Chen had already landed in front of her. "You've already lost. Let's just leave it at that. There's really no point in pestering you in the future. If you're not willing to be my friend, then let's just be strangers from now on. What do you think?" Long Chen said sincerely. Feng Jilin rubbed her eyes. She gritted her teeth and tried to calm herself down. Her face was red again. Hearing Long Chen, she casually smiled and said, "Stranger, you make it sound so easy. But in 1 month, I will die." Speaking of this, Long Chen also felt a little helpless, but he felt that the other party asked for it. He didn't want to say anything more. He waved his hand and said, "Admit defeat." Many complicated emotions flashed in Feng Jilin's eyes. She hated Long Chen's indifferent attitude. She was even angry. "No, I have today's ending because of you. Don't think of leaving. I've already prepared a big gift for you." In the end, she still decided to use it. Otherwise, she really wouldn't be satisfied. She wouldn't be satisfied just like that in front of this man. Why did she care about everything about him? Even Feng Jilin didn't understand. The same thing as Lu Juanyue's golden elephant seal of 9 spirits? Come, I'll accept it. Long Chen looked indifferent. But in his heart, he was already secretly on guard. He didn't know why, but he felt a fatal threat from this woman. Maybe she really did have a way to destroy him. The soul in her body gave it to her. The two of them weren't far apart. At this distance, Long Chen could instantly reach her. From their conversation, it seemed that Feng Jilin still had a killer move. She might even have a way to kill Long Chen. Luckily, the Great Elder was here. If Feng Jilin really took out something that violated the rules, she would be punished just like Lu Junyue. But everyone couldn't help but look forward to what would happen. Long Chen couldn't help but feel nervous. When she was at her craziest, she was undoubtedly the scariest. She would even do many impossible things. During this period of time, Long Chen felt that this woman's mind was not in a normal state. The surroundings suddenly quieted down. Feng Jilin retreated until she was 50 meters away from Long Chen. Then she raised her head and looked at Long Chen indifferently. But in her indifferent eyes, there seemed to be a deathly gray aura. Half of this gaze didn't belong to Feng Jilin. At this moment, she was glaring at Long Chen cruelly. She raised her fair and supple arms. Her arms were supposed to be beautiful. But at this moment, there was a deathly gray aura surrounding her arms. This deathly gray aura did not seem to belong to Feng Jilin at all. This thing of mine isn't a treasure. It is controlled by me. So, it doesn't violate the rules. This is something that even a warrior at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm would tremble in fear. Feng Jilin mumbled to herself. Long Chen looked at her coldly. This woman wasn't completely controlled by Feng Jilin anymore. So, he didn't have to worry anymore. Really? Long Chen sneered. He didn't care about the danger and approached her. Long Chen would be able to cross this distance very quickly. Stop. Feng Jilin became hysterical. She stared at Long Chen angrily and scolded. Aren't you afraid of death? Long Chen smiled and said with certainty, You can't kill me. Heh. Feng Jilin also smiled. She knew that Long Chen was such a prideful person. However, didn't he know that there were things in this world that no matter who it was, there would always be things that could not be dealt with? Since he was so prideful, then let him pay the price for his pride. Feng Jilin was even more determined. Since she could never catch up to him, why not die together with him? That would be the most perfect ending. What is she doing? The onlookers were curious. But soon they saw it clearly. At this moment, an extremely horrifying aura appeared on Feng Jilin's body. Everyone realized that her snow-white skin was gradually turning into a cold and gloomy black. She was originally a peerless beauty, but in a short period of time, she had turned into a demon. Black runes wrapped around her body, as if they were strands of readers wrapping around her body. I'm ugly enough. She was a bit crazy. Her voice was trembling. A black airflow began to condense into a wind around her body. It condensed into a terrifying wind. Long Chen felt that the black wind surrounding him was really terrifying. Purgatory evil wind. Kitten said seriously in the great virtual realm. It was obvious that he was afraid of it. Is it very strong? Long Chen asked. Kitten smiled and said, Of course, it's definitely stronger than the Oblivion Wind Culpa. She's right. Even a warrior at the 9th level of the divine martial realm would tremble. Even with a 9th level body refining skill, the Purgatory Evil Wind can seriously injure him. A warrior at the 8th level of the divine martial realm would probably die immediately. Luckily you have a strong body. Maybe you can withstand it. Kitten's words were a bit scary, but they were not far from it. Long Chen sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. It seemed that she had gone mad. She must have paid a huge price for the Purgatory Evil Wind that could kill him. Why did she have to do this? When the Purgatory Evil Wind appeared, most warriors did not know about it. They only knew how terrifying it was. However, there were still many people who knew about the Purgatory Evil Wind. Those who knew about it were naturally shocked. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai even stood up and their expressions changed greatly. Old Han, what should we do? Let little Chen admit defeat. Han Yunxing took a deep breath and said calmly, It's up to little Chen. He knows what he's doing. Moreover, his body is very strong. We don't have to worry about it for now. Nangong Lai said helplessly, All right, I also believe that he can solve it. But is it possible? Han Yunxing said, I also think it's impossible. If it really doesn't work, I guess he will use the soul-revolving Saint Jade to block it. Hearing this, Nangong Lai heaved a sigh of relief. Long Chen's determined eyes made him feel that he would not admit defeat easily. If he was as strong as Lu Junyue and fought against it head-on, he would be finished. Without a body above the Calamity Realm, there was absolutely no way to face the Purgatory Evil Wind. Many warriors at the 9th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm understood that even they wouldn't dare to touch that thing easily. Facing Feng Jilin, who controlled the Purgatory Evil Wind, even warriors at the 9th level of the Divine Martial Arts realm wouldn't dare to provoke her. What about Long Chen? The two of them would definitely be fighting to the death. If Long Chen was not careful, he would definitely be turned into ashes. Everyone was shocked and looked at the First Supreme Elder. At this moment, the First Supreme Elder's eyes were calm and he had no intention of stopping them. I think Long Chen is finished. Feng Jilin can actually control the Purgatory Evil Wind. I really don't know how she did it. It's really unbelievable that she could do it at such a young age. It seems that although Long Chen's performance shocked everyone, the real expert is still Feng Jilin. If Feng Jilin really wants to kill him, this time Long Chen will be very miserable. Everyone looked at each other. Chapter 1296. They all knew it. Long Chen knew it too. However, this was not the time to retreat. As he could not retreat in front of Feng Jilin. Feng Jilin wanted to see him beg for mercy. She hated Long Chen's arrogance the most. However, Long Chen would continue to use his strength to tell her that she could never make Long Chen yield. No matter how strong she was. Feng Jilin was even more furious when she saw Long Chen walking towards her indifferently. She had hoped that he wouldn't be so domineering, but Long Chen didn't give her the chance to do so. You will die! Feng Jilin shouted. She could already control the Purgatory Evil Wind. Whether I die or not is not something you can decide. Long Chen walked over arrogantly. He stared at her and did not avoid her gaze. Don't blame me. Feng Jilin was about to cry. She knew how terrifying the power of this thing was. Long Chen did not speak. At this moment, amidst the loud cheers of the crowd, he dashed towards Feng Jilin. The two of them were not far from each other. At this moment, Long Chen was in front of Feng Jilin in an instant. Although he did not speak much, his determination made Feng Jilin panic. Go to hell. She really had no way out now. Her heart trembled. Long Chen's advance had made her lose her mind. She took a few steps back. The terrifying Purgatory Evil Wind in her hand condensed into the shape of a long snake. Under Feng Jilin's control, the black snake bit towards Long Chen. When the Purgatory Evil Wind appeared, the sky changed color. The surrounding crowd once again broke into an uproar. Life or death was decided in an instant. Would Long Chen yield at this moment? No. When the Purgatory Evil Wind attacked, Long Chen did not do anything. He dashed towards the Purgatory Evil Wind and was swallowed instantly. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. Countless people stood up, wanting to see what was going on. Even Han Yunxing and the others were stunned. They did not understand what Long Chen was doing. Even if the Purgatory Demonic Wind was very strong, Long Chen could still fight for a while. Why did he want to die? Directly charging into the Purgatory Evil Wind was simply courting death. If it was anyone else, they would be more than happy to be touched by the Purgatory Evil Wind. Old Han. Nangong Lai was angry. He had planned to make Long Chen admit defeat, but he had not expected the current situation. He blamed Han Yunxing and rushed towards Long Chen as fast as he could. If Long Chen died in front of them, how would they explain it to Long Qinglan? Stop. Han Yunxing pulled him back. At that moment, Long Chen was engulfed by the Purgatory Evil Wind. Everyone could clearly see how miserable the person who was engulfed by the Purgatory Evil Wind was. Everyone was in a daze. Long Chen, the heaven-defying evil dragon palace leader, was going to die just like that. Among them, the most shocked person was Feng Jilin. She seemed to have lost her soul as she stood there in a daze. She stared at the black whirlwind in front of her and the man who was surrounded by the whirlwind. He was going through terrible torture. Although his body was strong, it was on the verge of falling apart under the cutting and corrosion of the Purgatory Evil Wind. Why did he do this? He could still fight back. Why did he do this? Was this his confession? Feng Jilin suddenly panicked. At that moment, she felt like her heart had been hit by a heavy hammer. She fell into a numb state and tears flowed uncontrollably. Long Chen. Countless people were calling Long Chen's name. Long Chen was really courting death. He was not that stupid. After being engulfed by the purgatory evil wind, Long Chen used his nirvana power to pass through the purgatory evil wind in a very short time. He was in so much pain. The power of the purgatory evil wind was much more terrifying than he had imagined. He had only been inside for a second and half of his body had been corroded. His white bones were showing and blood was dripping down. He had lost his human form. The crowd could not bear to see Long Chen in such a miserable state. The purgatory evil wind had actually tortured him to this state. When everyone thought that Long Chen would definitely lose and even if Feng Zhilin did not do anything, he would still fall, a huge change happened to Long Chen's body. Time reversal. It had been a long time since he used this move. Long Chen knew what he had to do when he started fighting against the purgatory evil wind. He could only rely on his most mysterious mystique, time reversal. The Void Dragon Talisman emitted a formless wave of light that caused time to reverse in Long Chen's body. The blood that had fallen to the ground was sucked up again. His broken bones and skin were restored immediately. Actually, Long Chen was very relaxed. The damage caused by the purgatory evil wind was much easier than when he was going through the minor 3 trials. In just an instant, Long Chen had recovered to his most perfect state. At first, Feng Zhilin was dumbfounded. She was dumbfounded that Long Chen had been injured so badly. However, the next moment, Long Chen, who had recovered, flashed in front of her. Without any hesitation, he punched her in the stomach, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Without anyone controlling the purgatory evil wind, it quickly dissipated. Feng Zhilin fell to the ground, her hair scattered. When she opened her eyes in pain, a blood-colored weapon was pressed against her head. Long Chen did not kill her. After a month, she would die on her own. How was it? Long Chen looked at her provocatively. Actually, Long Chen did not think as much as she did. His goal from the start was to defeat Feng Zhilin. In the end, he used time reversal to break through the purgatory evil wind and defeat Feng Zhilin. He did not know that in that instant, Feng Zhilin's emotions had changed. She even believed that Long Chen had charged in like this to apologize to her and admit his guilt. But she realized that she had thought too much. After failing completely, she suddenly became dazed. She didn't know what was going on, but she gently moved Long Chen's scarlet blood sky desolation away. Long Chen didn't use any strength. After removing the scarlet blood desolation, she slowly stood up and did not look at Long Chen again. It was as if her faith had collapsed. She silently left, leaving Long Chen with a desolate and pitiful back. Long Chen put away the scarlet blood desolation. He wanted to say something, but he held it back. His heart was in a mess. No matter what, he did not want to care about her. Since he could not walk the same path, he would let her live and die on her own. Turning back, he saw hundreds of thousands of Emperor Palace's disciples looking at him with dull eyes. Feng Zhilin had left. Without a doubt, Long Chen was the final champion of this Hidden Dragon ranking tournament. His name was at the top of the Hidden Dragon Battle Monument. In the true martial Emperor Palace, he would definitely become a legend that would be passed down for tens of thousands of years. However, the question in everyone's mind was how Long Chen had recovered. How could his recovery ability be so strong? They did not know that there was a power of time in this world that could reverse time. Back in Baiyang Town, Kitten had used it even more heaven-defying. That shattered town and all the dead people had all been restored by him. The dead people had all been restored. What kind of concept was that? Long Chen's time reversal was child's play. Still not going to announce it? Long Chen glanced at Yang Wang. Enforcer Elder Yang Wang was also dumbfounded. In this Hidden Dragon rankings battle, the shock that this young man brought to the masses was simply too much. No one had expected him to become the final champion. No one had expected him to truly complete his 7th consecutive championship. Even the Evil Dragon Palace's people felt like they were dreaming. This was especially so for the Vice Palace Masters. When Long Chen first came to the Evil Dragon Palace, they felt like it was only yesterday. Now, he had already improved to such an extent. I announce Long Chen's victory in this battle. Yang Wang said in a daze. There was no need to announce this fact. The Evil Dragon Palace's people were the first to cheer. Then, many people from the other palaces felt happy for Long Chen. Cheers resounded throughout the entire Hidden Dragon platform. Champion. The significance of this was extraordinary. This meant that no matter how Lu Jin and the others tried to drag him away, he would still have to obediently report Long Chen's matter when he returned to the Martial God Palace. Even if they did not report it, Xueqi would probably explain everything. Furthermore, with Nangong Lai and Han Yunxing's help, Long Chen's entry into the Martial God Palace was guaranteed. This could be considered one of Long Chen's wishes. The first Supreme Elder stood up. Haha, the hidden dragon ranking this time was very exciting. The rankings are out. This time, I will represent the Martial God Palace to announce that the top 4 will be qualified to enter the Martial God Palace. The first place, the Evil Dragon Palace's Palace Master Long Chen, will be accepted as a true inheritor by the Martial God Palace's upper echelon. The first Supreme Elder's words immediately caused a huge commotion below. Who would have thought that the first Supreme Elder actually had this qualification? He was a person of status. With his announcement, this matter would definitely not be a problem. Even Yan Qingchen obtained this opportunity. At this moment, the disciples of the Evil Dragon Palace, Snow Lotus Palace, and Scarlet Firmament Palace all cheered. The disciples of the Wind Divine Palace wanted to cheer as well. However, their palace master had just lost and was nowhere to be found. Their cheers were somewhat strange. Among them, the happiest person was Long Chen. The upper echelon of the Martial God Palace was all people who surpassed the first Supreme Elder. To think that he could be accepted as a true inheritor by such a person. Of course, it would depend on Long Chen's own luck as to who he would be able to join. Chapter 1297. Regardless of whether it was the essence blood of the Void Universe Dragon or not, it was definitely something very important. If not for the hidden dragon ranking, Long Chen would have gone over long ago. Of course, strength was also a factor. Long Chen was currently the strongest among the younger generation of the 3,000 palaces. Basically, no cultivator who had just entered the 8th layer of the divine martial realm was a match for him. Even someone at Lu Jin's level would not be able to predict the outcome of a fight. After the first Supreme Elder made the announcement, everyone in the Hidden Dragon platform cheered. Many people were sincerely happy for Long Chen. Go back and wait for the news first. I will report today's matter, the situation of the Hidden Dragon ranking, and the situation of some good seedlings to the Martial God Palace. There should be news in about a month. Entering the Martial God Palace is a path that every genius must take. So, there is no need to be nervous. When the first Supreme Elder was truly amiable, he was actually a very amiable person. Compared to the second Supreme Elder in the 3,000 palaces, his position was much higher. At this moment, the second Supreme Elder and the others had very unsightly expressions. The Lu clan's people did not dare to come. After the commotion, the crowd dispersed. Originally, Long Chen had become a famous person after becoming the champion. He should have exchanged greetings with many people, or at least received some compliments. However, Long Chen did not. He led a group of people from the Evil Dragon Palace back to the Evil Dragon Palace. If there was to be a celebration, it was for his own people. As for the others, he did not care about them. That night, the Evil Dragon Palace and the Scarlet Firmament Hall celebrated together in the Evil Dragon Palace. There were lanterns and colored banners everywhere, celebrating Long Chen obtaining the first rank of the Hidden Dragon ranking and entering the Martial God Palace for sure. He might even be accepted as a disciple by the upper echelons. This was a glory that the Evil Dragon Palace had never dared to imagine. Of course, to Long Chen, this was all within his expectations. However, he felt a sense of accomplishment to make so many people happy. Today, the Evil Dragon Palace was only in its embryonic form. When his wings grew stronger, he believed that the Evil Dragon Palace would undergo a great change. Every single one of them was a terrifying character. When it was almost daybreak, Long Chen discussed things with Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. In fact, he had already decided to find these two to tell them his decision. The three of them stayed in Han Yunxing's God Kingdom. Xueqi could tell that Long Chen had something to say. Little Chen, just say it. What are your plans for the future? Nangong Lai chuckled. Long Chen's performance in the past few days had really given them a lot of face. Even until today, they still felt very refreshed in their hearts. Long Chen replied in a sullen voice, I have some urgent matters to attend to. I would like to leave the Martial Emperor Palace for some time. If I return late, will I still be able to enter the Martial God Palace? Long Chen estimated that if he went to the Martial God Palace, he would definitely face many problems after he entered. At that time, It would not be easy to go to the 9-star Primal Chaos City without any worries. Furthermore, waiting for a month or so was not a solution. Hence, he wanted to depart early. Urgent matters. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai looked at each other. They knew that Long Chen was a person with a sense of propriety. If he said something, he would definitely have thought it through. Even in their eyes, Long Chen had a lot of secrets. However, they did not have much curiosity to find out. This was because they knew that as long as they protected Long Chen, that would be enough. Han Yunxing said, "If it is really urgent, there is no problem. You can just report to the Martial God Palace later. However, your performance was quite outstanding. The upper echelons will probably look for you. At that time, if you are not around, we will have to explain. However, since it is really urgent, the two of us will try our best to delay it for a year." Nangong Lai smiled and said, "Don't worry. With us bringing you, there will be no problem." However, Long Chen said, "A year? That should be enough. However, this time, I want to go out and train myself." Han Yunxing was actually very smart. He seemed to have guessed it long ago. At this moment, he shook his head and smiled. "Yes, Xiao Chen is much stronger than before. During this period of time, with us around, he can be arrogant and despotic. However, this is not his character. Perhaps our presence will be a little hindrance to him. If you want to go out and explore yourself, I naturally have no objections." Nangong Lai was different from what he thought. He frowned and said, "It can't be. If something happens to him." Long Chen smiled and said, "Uncle Nangong, you still don't believe me. That's not it. It's just that the outside world is far more dangerous than the Emperor's palace. With us looking after the Emperor's palace, it will be better," Nangong Lai said. Han Yunxing said, "Xiao Chen has always been like this. A ferocious tiger must be placed in the forest. Furthermore, Xiao Chen is not as simple as a ferocious tiger. It's decided. If you want to go out, we will stay in the Emperor's palace and help you delay it for a while." Han Yunxing was easier to talk to. "Where are you going?" Although Nangong Lai was usually burly, he was actually very meticulous. 9-star Chaos City, Long Chen said. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai looked at each other and smiled bitterly. As they had expected, it was not a good place. That's pretty much the most dangerous place in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Good and bad people mixed together. Killing there is like eating a meal, Nangong Lai said helplessly. There's no need to say anything else. If you want to go, then go. However, I suggest you spend some time these few days to gather some information about 9-star Chaos City. That way, you won't be confused when you get there. Long Chen nodded. He had not thought of this problem. He said, "All right, then we'll leave in 3 days." Having made up his mind, Long Chen did not hesitate. He spent some time with the other Evil Dragon Palace members, especially with Jiang Cha. Then, he started to gather information about 9-star Chaos City. From the distribution of strength to the various historical events, he wanted to understand this place. At the same time, he wanted to see if there were any traces of the Void Universe Dragon. Gray clouds hung low in the sky. The night was very quiet. Many places were lively, but definitely not here. In front of them was a huge waterfall. This was the largest waterfall on the Imperial planet. The river gushed down from the high mountains, creating a deafening rumble. When the water hit the ground, it created a sky full of water and fire. A beautiful girl with a pale face and disheveled clothes. Her eyes were dazed and her snow-white skin was faintly discernible. It was as if she couldn't see clearly what was in front of her. As she walked, she fell head first into the lake under the waterfall. Water splashed up. The girl seemed to have regained some consciousness, but it was only a tiny bit. After being confused for a moment, she quickly became confused again. Her entire body began to sink into the water until she disappeared without a trace. 3 days later, Long Chen had gathered enough information to leave the Imperial planet. This time, he left the Heavenspan Martial Dao Sect's headquarters alone. The 9-star Chaos City was located in the center of the 3 great Emperor domains, in the middle of the Shattered Star Ocean. The distance between the 3 regions and 9 realms was almost the same. If Long Chen wanted to go to the Sword Spirit Emperor domain or the Desolate Emperor domain, he could use the 9-star Chaos City as a stepping stone. In fact, the reason why 9-star Primal Chaos City was so prosperous was because of its location. It was a large island in the middle of the fragmentary star field. It was like a continent, and people from the 3 realms and 9 worlds gathered here for a long time. That was why this place was so prosperous. The 9-star Chaos City could be said to be the only place in the 3 realms and 9 realms that gathered all the forces in the 3 realms and 9 realms. It could be said to be a small 3 realms and 9 realms. Martial artists from the 3 great emperor domains and the 9 great cosmos gradually gathered here. There were many conflicts between the forces here. The 3 realms and 9 realms were all eyeing the 9-star Chaos City covetously. However, for hundreds of thousands of years, no one had the strength to rule this place. The chaos in 9-star Chaos City continued until today. Perhaps, this chaotic situation would undergo a huge change because of the arrival of a youth. Of course, it was still too early to say this. Long Chen had just left True Martial Emperor Palace. After Yi Shiwen left the True Martial Emperor Palace, in a dark secret room on the Imperial Star, 2 experts gathered together. One of them was a handsome middle-aged man with a bewitching beauty, similar to the experts of the Supreme Devil world. He was the mysterious Nether Temple Master. The other one didn't look very good, but there was a kind of ruthlessness in his eyes. One look and anyone would know that he was a crazy person. This was the Mad Demon Temple Master. The 2 Hall Masters met here. My people heard that Long Chen left True Martial Emperor Palace alone, the mysterious Nether Hall Master said after he arrived. So what? He is a big shot of the Martial God Palace, the crazy Demon Hall Master said coldly. Stop pretending. Li Tsong and Li Dong died at the hands of Long Chen. Don't you want to take revenge on your 2 adopted sons? As for the Martial God Palace, do you think a corpse can enter the Martial God Palace? The mysterious Nether Hall Master said. What about you? The crazy Demon Hall Master smiled. I know that your disciple is crippled today. Lu Jin and Li Chong are the culprits. Long Chen doesn't even know what the dream-returning immortal grass is. The mysterious Nether Hall Master said. I can't swallow this. No matter what, he was the one who put the dream-returning immortal grass in Ji Liuxian's body. Then why don't you go look for Lu Chuanqiu? He should hate Long Chen more, the crazy Demon Hall Master said cautiously. Lu Chuanqiu can't. He has a grudge with Long Chen. He will definitely be targeted. So, I came to look for you. Let's do it together. Together. The crazy Demon Hall Master hesitated. If they worked together, he wouldn't have to worry about the mysterious Nether Hall Master using him. Suddenly he laughed and said, This Long Chen is too arrogant. He has offended so many people. He offended half of the 5 palaces, but he still dares to leave True Martial Emperor Palace alone. Very well, I will go and try. Chapter 1298. After Long Chen left the True Martial Emperor Palace, Xianming Temple Master and Mad Demon Temple Master plotted against each other. Somewhere in the Imperial Star, a young girl in a white dress gradually emerged from the deep pool under the great waterfall that crashed down. Whether it was her facial features or her figure, she still looked the same. However, Feng Jilin's eyes were a little red and she had an ecstatic smile on her face. That evil smile was simply a waste of her beauty. It was really ugly. If it was Feng Jilin herself, she would be cold and proud. She wouldn't show such an ugly smile. This person looked like she was no longer herself. How many years has it been? How many years has it been? I'm finally resurrected. I'm resurrected. Feng Jilin was ecstatic. She jumped up and down in the forest, feeling the feeling of having a body. It was a wonderful sense of reality. She completely disregarded her image and even went a little crazy. I'm back. I'm finally back. Martial God Palace. Haha, you didn't expect me to be alive. I survived and came back. After being crazy for a long time, the excitement finally passed. Feng Jilin started to check her body. Maybe she was beautiful when she was young, but she was definitely not to this extent. That white and tender skin made her feel like she was dreaming. The last thing she remembered was her old and wrinkled skin. I really made the right decision back then. When she checked her chest, her expression changed. There were 2 blood-red words engraved on the 2 most tender lumps of flesh. With Feng Jilin's physique, she could definitely recover easily back then without leaving a scar. However, she chose not to erase it to warn herself or for other reasons. When she saw the 2 blood-red words, Feng Jilin's eyes became very gloomy. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Her eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light. That brat, hee hee. It seems like he came to humiliate my body. You are such a pitiful person. Since I've taken over your body, I'll fulfill your wish. Thinking to there, she gave a sinister smile and stood up. At this moment, her expression became calm again. She pretended to be Feng Jilin and walked towards the direction of the Wind God Palace. Soon, she heard the news that Long Chen had left the Monarch Palace from the Wind Divine Palace's spies. The Wind God Palace and the Evil Dragon Palace had enmity. Naturally, there were people monitoring the movements of the Evil Dragon Palace at all times. Therefore, Feng Jilin received the news relatively quickly. Since you've left, then the heavens are really helping me. She smiled, her smile incomparably brilliant. Jilin. Feng Ruoyan looked at her worriedly and said, You want to kill him? Didn't you lose to him in the Hidden Dragon ranking? You're definitely not his match. I think, what are you looking at? Piss off. Feng Jilin shouted angrily and left. Feng Ruoyan was reprimanded and stared blankly at her departing figure, not knowing what was going on. Since when did Feng Jilin become so disrespectful? Although she had become the Wind God Palace Master, she was still very grateful to him in the past. The unaware Long Chen had just started rushing to the 9-star Chaos City not long ago. First, he had to go to the Western Imperial Region and leave the true Martial Imperial Region at the border of the Western Imperial Region and head to the 9-star Chaos City. It was very convenient to go to the Western Imperial Region from here. With the Cosmos Teleportation Formation, he could reach there in a few days. From the Western Imperial Palace of the Western Imperial Region to the border of the true Martial Imperial Region, there was also a Cosmos Teleportation Formation. It didn't take much time to go anywhere. Long Chen had the token to prove that he was a disciple of the true Martial Imperial Palace, and even something to prove that he was the Evil Dragon Palace Master. Therefore, everything went smoothly. Wherever he went, anyone who was inspected would be very respectful to Long Chen. It was already a few days later when he came out of the Cosmos Teleportation Formation of the Western Imperial Palace. Long Chen found a desolate region teleportation formation in the Western Imperial Palace. It was the closest teleportation formation to the west. Many people went from the desolate region to the 9-star Chaos City in groups. In the future, if Long Chen wanted to go to the desolate Imperial Region and the Sword Spirit Imperial Region, he would have to go through this place. Of course, this wasn't the only way. Back then, the demon race that went to the Myriad Kingdom domain could return to the desolate Imperial Region from the Netherworld Mansion. As for the Supreme Devil World, it was on the passage to the Northern Imperial Region. After finding the Cosmos Teleportation Formation of the desolate region, Long Chen stepped on it without hesitation. It took him about 3 days to reach the westernmost side of the true Martial Imperial Region. The north was covered with snow, while the west was a barren land. That was why the desolate region was famous. Because the desolate region was close to the 9-star Chaos City, there were many people coming and going all year round. It was much stronger than a place like the Netherworld Mansion. For example, there were many martial artists like Long Chen in the 5th level of the Divine Martial Realm in the desolate region. Long Chen was one of the many martial artists preparing to go to the 9-star Chaos City, so he didn't stand out. Young people like to take risks, while old people like to defend. The 9-star Chaos City gathered all the heroes in the world. Experts from the 3 regions and 9 realms came here to establish their own forces. There were endless battles all year round. It was a real training ground. Many young people were passionate about the passionate life there. For example, many famous disciples of the true Martial Imperial Palace had trained in the 9-star Chaos City. There were many routes from the desolate region to the 9-star Chaos City. Generally speaking, as long as one didn't encounter the Broken Star's turbulence, it wouldn't be a problem to go to the 9-star Chaos City. After all, the 9-star Chaos City was huge. In the Broken Star domain, it was easy to get there. Long Chen's goal was the 9-star Chaos City. He didn't stay for long. After leaving the desolate city, he sped up and headed in the direction of the Broken Star domain. I'm finally out of the Imperial Palace. It's been a long time since I saw the outside world. Long Chen sighed. The Imperial Palace was a very closed world. In general, it was a bit depressing. It was hard for Long Chen to stay. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry to the 9-star Chaos City. Kitten was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Long Chen had a relaxed expression on his face. However, just as he was about to make his move, two powerful auras suddenly descended upon Savage City behind him. Savage City was the only towering city in the endless Savage. When Long Chen turned his head to look, he could see the huge city in the sky. Oh no! No matter how cautious Long Chen was, he didn't expect the people from the Imperial Palace to chase him here. The two powerful auras had a divine sense of 100,000 miles. They were at the level of Han Yunxing. Long Chen guessed that they must be chasing after him. Long Chen could feel their hatred and anxiety. Long Chen was familiar with these two auras. One of them was the mysterious underworld hallmaster with the power of the mysterious underworld world. As for the man beside him, it was the power of the crazy demon Heart Sutra. Without a doubt, he was the crazy demon hallmaster. The two hallmasters had hatred for Long Chen. They actually chased after him. Long Chen didn't expect them to do such a shameless thing even with their status. They actually chased after him personally. It was too shameless. Now that Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai were not by his side, if he were to be caught by them, it would definitely be very troublesome and he might even die. At this time, he might have to sacrifice more than 3 times in order to compete with these two little fellows. No matter what, in the Western Imperial region, only the Palace Master of the Western Imperial Palace was stronger than these two Hall Masters. Experts at the peak of the Divine Martial Realm, the same level as Double Qi, which was also Lingxi's level. Long Chen immediately used the Divine Breath technique to prevent them from finding him. However, Long Chen knew that at the moment of arrival, they must have already grasped his position. After all, it was less than 10 miles from here to Barbaric City. For these two experts, they only needed a breath's time to arrive. Following that, Long Chen originally wanted to use the blood escape technique. However, he quickly gave up on that idea. The blood escape technique would consume all the divine energy in his body. Although he would be able to surpass the two of them for a short moment, what use would that be? If he wanted to recover his divine spirit and continue on his journey, he had to use time reversal. However, he could only use it once a day. If he wasted it now, it would be even more troublesome if he didn't have any life-saving items. It was better to keep the opportunity of time reversal. Long Chen could only blame himself for being a little careless. If he had used the divine breath technique all the time, the other party wouldn't have seen him in that instant. In that case, even if they were 100 miles away, they might not be able to find him. There was no other way. Long Chen simply waited for them in place. He had seen all kinds of storms, so at this moment, he was still very calm. In a breath's time, Hallmaster Xian Ming and Mad Demon Hallmaster were already in front of him. They surrounded him from the front and back, preventing Long Chen from escaping. Long Chen understood that even if he used the blood escape technique just now, they could still catch up and find his position. Keeping the opportunity of time reversal was like having an extra life. Finally, as expected, they caught Long Chen. Hallmaster Xian Ming and Mad Demon Hallmaster laughed. Hallmaster Xian Ming said sarcastically, Long Chen, to think that you are so smart. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Are you going to 9-star Chaos City? You've offended so many people in the Imperial Palace, yet you still dare to go alone. If Lu Chuanqiu didn't come to kill you, we would have come to kill you. Chapter 1299. Long Chen narrowed his eyes. The two of them were emitting powerful fluctuations. This was the aura of the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm. Without the soul-revolving sacred jade, Long Chen would have only one ending when facing such a super expert, and that was death. Kitten, what should we do? Long Chen seemed calm, but he was already a little confused, because he could feel the fear of death from these two people. Kitten trembled and said, How should I know? Aren't you usually very powerful? You deal with them as you see fit. Anyway, I can't do it. Even he couldn't do anything, so he could only rely on himself. Sometimes it was not necessary to fight. Long Chen thought that since fighting was a joke, he could at least scare them. Of course, this was not because Long Chen was weak. He was only in his 20s, and it was already against the natural order to reach this level at this age. Temple Master Xian Ming had cultivated for more than 6,000 years and was a real antique. But Long Chen had only cultivated for a few years. If he could easily kill the two of them at this time, it would no longer be described as a monster. Long Chen was quite satisfied with his current strength. You two are really good at joking. You really have the guts to kill me. Long Chen didn't care at all. He couldn't do anything about strength, so he could only use psychological tactics. We don't have the guts. Since we caught up, we definitely have the guts. Brother Li, a long night is fraught with trouble. Who will make the first move? Temple Master Xianming asked. You do it. I'll trap him, Temple Master Xianming said. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and said, I thought that anyone who could become a palace master would at least have some brains. I didn't expect you to be blinded by hatred, especially you, Palace Master Xianming. Your disciple Ji Liuhua's misfortune was caused by this mad demon Palace Master Li Chong. Instead of looking for trouble with him, you came to look for trouble with me. This doesn't mean that you're taking revenge for your disciple, but that you're doing something stupid. I think if Ji Liuhua knew about this, she would probably vomit blood. It's really rare for such a stupid master to become the palace master of the Xianming Palace. What did you say? Temple Master Xianming's eyes turned cold. To be honest, he also knew that it was Lu Jin and Li Chong's doing. He had to deal with both of them. He was a vengeful person, but Long Chen was also guilty, so he wanted to start with Long Chen first and then with Lu Jin and Li Chong. Don't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up and kill him. A long night is fraught with trouble. Temple Master Xianming said coldly. Long Chen laughed heartily and said, Kill me? That's easy for you to say. Then why didn't you, the mad demon Temple Master, make a move instead of the mysterious Nether Temple Master? I think you're afraid. You must know what the first Supreme Elder told me that day, right? Speaking of the first Supreme Elder, both of them were stunned. Temple Master Xianming then remembered that the crazy demon Temple Master kept asking him to do it, but he didn't. Could there be a problem? At first, they thought that Long Chen's backing was only Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. Speaking of the first Supreme Elder, they seemed to remember that the true ruler of the 3,000 palaces seemed to have a deep relationship with Long Chen. If it was the first Supreme Elder, they had to think about it. You are really stupid. Can't you even understand this? Why did the martial addict and the drunkard protect me so desperately? Why did the first Supreme Elder not hesitate to suppress the second Supreme Elder for me? You can't even understand such a simple question, and you still stayed in the 3,000 palaces for so long. It's really a miracle. With my status, if I didn't have to go through the procedures, I would have entered the Martial God Palace long ago. I still need to stay in the 3,000 palaces for a while. Long Chen was luring them to be like the Luan ancestor and the Tian ancestor in the Supreme Yin Demon world, creating a background for himself to suppress these two. Actually, he was very nervous. If he gave himself away, he would probably be finished. He was so awe-inspiring in the Hidden Dragon ranking battle, but not here. The mysterious Underworld Hallmaster and the Mad Demon Hallmaster were really hesitant at this moment. If they had made a move the moment they arrived, Long Chen might already be dead. However, now that Long Chen had coaxed them, they looked at each other with fear in their hearts. This was especially so for the mysterious Underworld Hallmaster. He was actually a very vengeful person. Ji Liuzai was a disciple that he had painstakingly nurtured with the efforts of thousands of people. He did not expect her to be finished just like that. In just one day, her strength had fallen by one layer. At this moment, Ji Liuzai was living a life worse than death. However, for the sake of Long Chen, they actually offended the greatest ruler of the 3,000 palaces. All this did not seem worth it. The mysterious Underworld Hallmaster was the initiator of this plan, but in reality, the Mad Demon Hallmaster's hatred for Long Chen was even greater. Don't be fooled by him. We are already here. If we let him return and he enters the Martial God Palace, he will become even more powerful in the future. The two of us will be even more finished. The Mad Demon Hallmaster placed his hands behind his back, his face as cold as ice. That's right. So what if you have the first Supreme Elder backing you? The two of us can kill you here without anyone knowing. The mysterious Underworld Hallmaster took 2 steps closer to Long Chen, and a might pressed down on Long Chen. Humph! Long Chen had already made it clear, so there was no need to say too much. Although he was anxious, he still maintained his composure. At this moment, he put on a perfect performance. He said without a care in the world, if the two of you really have the guts, go ahead and make your move. I will wait for you. Haha. I did not expect you to still be so naive at this age. Can you understand the might of the first Supreme Elder? The bolder one was, the more afraid the other party was. In this aspect, Long Chen was quite experienced. Indeed, these two experts were intimidated by Long Chen again. It was not that they were afraid. Rather, in their hearts, they held the first Supreme Elder in awe. Just as they were hesitating and Long Chen thought he was about to succeed, another super expert suddenly arrived in Savage City. A destructive storm swept through the entire Savage City. Instantly, buildings collapsed, and countless people screamed as they fled, deeply shocked. With such a huge commotion, which expert had arrived in the Savage City? It only took a moment for the storm expert to travel from Savage Desolation City to Long Chen's location. Very soon, a woman in a long dress appeared before Long Chen. Her skin was fair and smooth, and her appearance was somewhat seductive. However, her expression and eyes were sinister. Feng Zhilin. This time, Long Chen was completely stupefied. He had to admit that he was a little arrogant. He did not expect these people to actually catch up with him and want to kill him. He had successfully suppressed Xianming and Mad Demon Temple leaders, but he did not expect Feng Zhilin to come. Moreover, what shocked Long Chen the most was the current appearance of this Feng Zhilin. He was a very sensitive person. Just by looking at Feng Zhilin's eyes, he could understand that the one occupying her body was definitely not her. With a sweep of the spirit sight technique, he could vaguely see that Feng Zhilin's consciousness and soul were only a very small part of the entire God martial soul. Long Chen suddenly felt relieved. That woman seemed to be not completely dead. However, the other party had already occupied her body. After occupying it, her strength increased endlessly. Even at this moment, she had already reached the 9th level of the God martial realm. It seemed that her strength was actually not inferior to that of the two super temple leaders. Especially, in her eyes, there was clearly a murderous intent. Thinking of Feng Zhilin, Long Chen could not help but feel a little sad. With her current situation, it would not take long for her to be completely digested. At that time, there would be no such person in the world. That grudge could be considered to be completely settled. But, was it really settled? No matter what, Long Chen felt that there was still a knot in his heart, a dead knot. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. At this moment, Feng Zhilin stared at Long Chen and laughed wildly. Using a completely different tone from Feng Zhilin, she said coldly, "You are Long Chen. I did not expect that there would be people besieging you. It seems that no matter what, you have to leave your life here today." It can be considered as fulfilling one of her wishes. As if hearing this, the part of her God martial soul that belonged to Feng Zhilin shook again and again, as if it was protesting her actions and her words. Could it be that she did not want this new Feng Zhilin to kill him? Long Chen felt a little strange. He admitted that he did not treat this woman well at all, but it seemed that she did not want him to die. Xianming and the Mad Demon Palace Master naturally knew who Feng Zhilin was. However, Feng Zhilin's strength was something they didn't recognize. At this time, they looked at each other in shock. The Mad Demon Palace Master said, "Palace Master Feng, how is this possible? Why is it not possible?" Feng Zhilin looked at them contemptuously, laughed loudly and said, "Let me tell you today, I, Feng Zhilin, am also a warrior of the same level as you." Xianming Temple Master and Mad Demon Temple Master were shocked. Although they did not believe it, the power of the Nirvana golden wheel in her body did not seem fake. The three of them surrounded Long Chen. It was simply airtight. "In that case, the three of us should play with this kid, torture him to death. Who will make the first move? You can't kill him in one go," Feng Zhilin suggested. The two temple masters could not understand what had happened to Feng Zhilin, but to her suggestion, "This Long Chen is related to the great Supreme Elder." Xianming Temple Master hesitated. Speaking until here, Feng Zhilin suddenly made her move. The storm world power condensed in her hand. It was more than 10 times stronger than before. Under the guidance of the world power, the surrounding space was fluctuating. In just an instant, the world power condensed into a huge palm, slapping towards Long Chen. After becoming stronger, even the simplest attack had a multiplier of attack power. Long Chen's eyes were cold. The scarlet blood sky desolation appeared in his hand. He used the 6th layer of the 9 dragon scripture, which could barely block Feng Zhilin's slap. However, the power of the slap caused his qi and blood to churn. He fell to the ground, his face pale. This move, Long Chen gritted his teeth and endured it. He knew that the three of them would definitely kill him under Feng Zhilin's provocation. Chapter 1300. Xianming Temple Master also went all out. Since Long Chen had been beaten up, the highest elder would definitely hold him accountable. He would not be able to escape, so he might as well kill Long Chen directly to avoid trouble. Mysterious Underworld World Force. Xianming Temple Master used a claw technique and left 5 deep bloody grooves on Long Chen's body. Long Chen's injuries became more serious, but no matter what, his eyes were still cold, and his expression did not change at all. He did not even make a sound. Such a sturdy young man made the 2 Temple Masters secretly admire him. It's my turn. Mad Demon Temple Master licked his ugly tongue, looked at Long Chen, and said with a smile, "Since you want to play, let's have a good time. I'll let you try the power of breaking the void." He was even crazier than the previous 2. His first move was a move that belonged to the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm. On his forehead was the Nirvana Golden Wheel that belonged to a warrior at the 9th level of the Divine Martial Realm. Back then, Li Xuanji could use a soul-shattering needle to break the void. Only when the power reached the peak of this power would one have the ability to break the void. Rip. Mad Demon Temple Master slashed with his palm, and a black space crack spread from his position to Long Chen at an extremely fast speed. This kind of attack could not be resisted at all, and the only way to resist it was with speed. Although Long Chen was fast, he could not compare with these 3 top experts. He used his fastest speed to dodge, but he could only dodge a little. The space crack tore a 2-centimeter deep crack on his thigh. Blood was dripping, but the blood did not flow out. After a round of attacks from the 3, Long Chen had been seriously injured. If this went on, they would treat Long Chen like a clown. After a few rounds, Long Chen would be killed by them. It was undoubtedly not worth it to die in the hands of these 3 people. He looked cold-blooded and calm, but he was actually thinking of a solution. The current situation seemed simple, but it was actually a huge calamity in his life. This was also the result of relying too much on Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai. Long Chen started to understand that if it wasn't for them in the previous battles, he, Long Chen, would be nothing. It was Feng Jilin's turn again. Long Chen could clearly feel that her movements had paused for a moment. That was because there was still a portion of Feng Jilin's will within her god martial soul that was affecting her. Despicable. He doesn't even take you seriously. Do you think such a despicable man is worth you stopping me? Feng Jilin cursed. After she regained control of her body, she looked at Long Chen with even more hatred and cursed. "A heartless man like you deserves to die." Then, she attacked fiercely towards Long Chen. She was at the peak of the 9th level of the God Martial Realm. She was about to undergo the divine tribulation, similar to Nangong Lai and the others. At that moment, Long Chen was even more injured. However, for him who had gone through the 3 minor divine tribulations, he could still endure these injuries. Gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Long Chen acted as if nothing had happened. He looked at Feng Jilin with disdain and said, "You old thing, you are already dead. You have taken over someone else's body, and you still have the right to criticize me? Don't you think you are being hypocritical? I think your real reason for wanting to kill me is not to help her." When he said that, the 2 leaders of the Xianming Temple understood. They had seen a lot, and now they understood that Feng Jilin could rise up in such a short time. It turned out that she had gone through the soul fusion Tao, and another god martial soul had fused into her body. "Why are you 2 not doing anything?" Feng Jilin scolded when she saw their strange expressions. Originally, they did not know the real identity of Feng Jilin, and they did not want to join hands with her. However, it was too late now. They were already in the same boat. The leader of the Xianming Temple attacked. The leader of the Mad Demon Temple attacked again. After 2 rounds, Long Chen was already covered with cuts and bruises, but he still did not make a sound. Every time his opponent attacked, he tried his best to resist. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive. The 3 of them quickly understood a problem. Long Chen's realm was really complicated. His recovery ability was very strong, but he did not seem to have a supreme golden body. If he had a supreme golden body, he would not have recovered so slowly. Could it be that he had not reached the 6th level of the God Martial Realm? Thinking about it carefully, Long Chen was fighting against the will of heaven and earth, and it was also a strange power that was fighting against the power of the world. Only Feng Jilin knew that it was the power of Nirvana. If the 5th level of the God Martial Realm could really have such fighting power, it would be really against the natural order. Torturing Long Chen like this made Feng Jilin feel very comfortable. After a few rounds, she saw that Long Chen was covered with cuts and bruises, but he did not show any fear. Feng Jilin was furious. She hated Long Chen's unyielding eyes. That disdainful eyes made her feel very uncomfortable. It's about time. Today, I will take revenge for her. When you die, she can leave in peace. At the last moment, Feng Zhilin laughed ferociously. She rushed towards Long Chen. With her power of the 9th level of the God Martial Realm, she arrived in front of Long Chen in an instant. At that moment, the crisis of death was so close to Long Chen. Only by using the blood-escaping art could he resist this attack. However, if he used the blood-escaping art, they would definitely be able to catch up with him. At that time, he would still be dead. My God, what should I do? Long Chen realized that no matter how much he increased his power, there would still be people stronger than him standing in his way. Could it be that he had to reach the true peak? And where was this pinnacle? He was confused. At this moment, the shadow of death shrouded in front of him. Long Chen used all his power, disregarding his injuries, to use the extreme finger of time. Indeed, the extreme finger of time was very strong. It could even distort time. Feng Zhilin was also affected. She was slightly shaken and her expression changed. However, in the blink of an eye, the storm swept over and she moved forward again. It's over. The other laughed. Long Chen had used up all his tricks. He could only use the blood sacrifice. However, until the moment of life and death, Long Chen would not use the blood sacrifice. Because the price of the blood sacrifice was too high. At the moment when Long Chen was about to use the blood sacrifice, Feng Zhilin stopped her hands. She looked at Long Chen's eyes. The terrifying storm swept over her body and directly blew Long Chen away. She held her head with both hands and screamed. Long Chen could see everything with his spirit eye technique. That was the will that truly belonged to Feng Zhilin. When Long Chen was at the brink of life and death, for some reason, she exploded with such shocking power. She was originally about to die, but at this moment, she actually came back from the dead. Just with that extremely weak will, she was like a string and successfully took over the body that originally belonged to her. When she used her real eyes to see the injured Long Chen, Feng Zhilin's eyes turned red. She knew that time was running out. At this moment, her head was burning. The only thing that kept her going was probably Long Chen's life. She really wanted to kill Long Chen personally, but she failed. However, she had an obsession in her heart. Besides her, no one could kill Long Chen, especially this woman who had just taken over her body. Turning around, Feng Zhilin was in a frenzied state. She suddenly attacked Xianming Hall leader and Mad Demon Hall leader who had yet to react. World-shaking gale formation. Under the control of her hands, a huge green formation appeared out of nowhere. It had a diameter of more than 1,000 meters. In this huge formation, a terrifying gale swept out. This was a green gale that carried the endless power of the storm world. This terrifying attack instantly swept the two hall leaders to an unknown place. Fortunately, the two of them were not standing in the barbarian city. Otherwise, the entire barbarian city would have been shattered by Feng Zhilin's world-shaking gale formation. That would definitely cause countless lives to be lost. In Feng Zhilin's heart, she was already a person who was about to die. Everyone would think about a lot of things before they died. Just like how she no longer wanted to kill Long Chen. Because she understood that even if she could kill him, so what? Would she really be able to vent her hatred? Would she really be able to live freely? Not only would she not kill him, she would also have to save him. Besides her, no one else could kill Long Chen. That was what was going through her mind right now. After the two hall leaders were blown far away, she immediately turned around and instantly hugged Long Chen. At that instant, the gale surged. Long Chen had a feeling that he was being teleported. The speed was simply too fast. It was so fast that the injuries on Long Chen's body became even more serious. He still hadn't reacted to all of this. He didn't know how long this process took, but he knew that Feng Zhilin wanted to bring him out of the range of the two hall leaders' divine senses. He also knew that at this moment, Feng Zhilin must be suffering from the attack and devouring of the soul in her body. With her current strength, she couldn't suppress the soul at all. She wouldn't live for long. Why did she save him? Long Chen couldn't understand. Didn't she want to kill him just now? As expected, a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the ocean. Long Chen realized that he didn't understand her at all. Very quickly, they seemed to have passed 100,000 miles. But she still didn't stop. She should still be persevering with all her might. Don't worry. I have a secret technique that can make their soul consciousness unable to find me. Long Chen swallowed a amethyst essence jade pellet while he was struggling. His wounds weren't that serious, so he was gradually recovering. Okay. She snorted, then stopped her furious speed. Long Chen found himself in the broken star field. She had taken him to teleport such a long distance in such a short time. Goodbye. Feng Jilin gritted her teeth, tears in her eyes. She didn't want to leave this world. However, she had no choice. The attack of the woman in her body had almost broken her defense. At this moment, her soul power couldn't come out. She wanted to hold on for a while, but she couldn't. If she stayed any longer, that woman would come out and kill Long Chen one more time. Run. After saying that, she wanted to turn around and leave. Long Chen didn't say anything. He stormed forward, twisted her body, and slapped her face to wake her up. Then, he gazed at her turbid eyes and said, "Look at my eyes." Regarding the update, this question was very annoying. Most readers didn't have the same situation. In the past, they thought that 6 p.m. was good, but many people had complaints. As for the other authors, they updated from time to time. Very few of them were accurate, so not many readers had any complaints. Madman thought about it. Let's do it this way. Just like the other authors, we'll develop it in 3 shifts so that everyone won't have to wait so late. 8 a.m., 12 noon, 18 p.m. It will be implemented tomorrow. If there are still people complaining about this update, Madman can't do anything. It's hard to appease everyone. I'll just follow my own habits. Anyway, there will be people protesting at any time. Updating separately can almost double Madman's daily clicks. But why haven't I implemented it before? I want everyone to read more consistently and save trouble. Now I have no choice. Chapter 1301. What did Long Chen want to do? Under the impact of that woman's soul power, Feng Jilin's miraculous power was fading away. She was terrified. She knew that if she didn't hold on, if she didn't stay far away from Long Chen, all her efforts would have been in vain. Just as she was about to use the last strand of her soul power to push Long Chen away, she realized that Long Chen's arms that were clamping down on her shoulders were extremely strong. That powerful strength even caused his nails to sink into her flesh. This pain made Feng Jilin sober up quite a bit. You. She opened her eyes wide. Suddenly, she saw Long Chen's eyes. That pair of eyes was spinning like a whirlpool. She felt a terrifying suction force. In terms of God Martial Souls, Long Chen's dragon-shaped God Martial Soul was inferior to Li Xuanji's, but the strength and firmness of the God Martial Soul surpassed hers, and it was even more majestic. After he became proficient in the soul-devouring technique, the power he displayed was even more terrifying than Li Xuanji's. Rumble. Feng Jilin was shocked. That powerful devouring power almost pulled her out of her body. Through the terrifying black whirlpool in Long Chen's eyes, she saw a terrifying beast in the deepest part. That beast was looking at her with ancient and majestic eyes. Long Chen. She was already on the verge of collapse from the impact of the woman in her body. Long Chen had clearly caused her entire soul to be on the verge of collapsing. Could it be that Long Chen wanted to kill her? But she felt that it shouldn't be. If Long Chen wanted to kill her, he would have succeeded in the hidden dragon rank battle. He knew about the soul fusion Dao, and he also knew that the person who wanted to kill him was not the real Feng Jilin. So, he shouldn't have any reason to kill her. Then, what exactly was he doing? Feng Jilin was very worried. If Long Chen continued like this, when that woman woke up, he would definitely be torn apart. Although she still couldn't let go of her hatred for this man, she couldn't accept his death just like that. Go to sleep for a while, let go of your body. Long Chen's voice, as though he was talking in his sleep, reached her ears at this moment. Feng Jilin was confused. What did he mean? If she gave up the body this time, that woman would come out. Once she came out, Long Chen and Feng Jilin would have no chance to turn the situation around. They would both die in her hands. Listen to me. Seeing that she had no reaction, Long Chen shouted. His soul-devouring technique was about to take effect. If Feng Jilin still held on to her body, she would be the one who would be devoured by Long Chen and crushed by the soul-devouring technique. This was not Long Chen's intention. This cold shout woke Feng Jilin up. In her mind, Long Chen had always been a cold-blooded person. However, his words were indeed authoritative and trustworthy. Under his shout, Feng Zhilin subconsciously retreated. The soul in her body didn't know what was happening outside. She had been occupied by Feng Zhilin for a while. She was angry out of humiliation. At this moment, she was crazily attacking, once again causing great damage to Feng Zhilin's little bit of willpower. Feng Zhilin was the original owner of this body. Therefore, although the god martial arts realm was many times stronger than her, sometimes if she really wanted to live, she couldn't do anything to her in a short period of time. When Feng Zhilin retreated, the soul was overjoyed. She instantly defeated Feng Zhilin and regained control of her body. The feeling of being alive made her extremely excited. However, at the moment she came out, the soul-devouring technique that Long Chen had prepared for a long time exploded. In her eyes, the revolving power of the soul instantly increased by 10 times. In fact, Long Chen didn't know whether he could succeed or not. Everything he did was a brave attempt. Although he didn't like this woman, didn't like her personality, didn't like her pestering and unforgiving personality, she had just saved Long Chen's life. Long Chen was a man. He could owe anyone, but he didn't want to owe her. No matter what, he used all his strength to activate the soul-devouring technique. This timing was very good. The woman had just regained control of her body. Before she could stabilize herself, a terrifying sucking power came from the eyes of the person in front of her. She had just rushed out from the deepest part of Feng Zhilin's body. Before she could stabilize herself, she was pulled out by the sucking power of Long Chen. Die! Feeling her soul being shaken by the soul-devouring technique, Long Chen sneered. In his sea of consciousness, the dragon-shaped god martial spirit was emitting a terrifying willpower. To the soul in Feng Zhilin's body, this dragon's willpower was like a huge beast. He held her beautiful face tightly and pulled her towards him so that her eyes were almost glued to his face. His strong and powerful hands were like claws that scratched deep marks on Feng Zhilin's face. Once he got close, the mature fragrance of her body came to his nose. Long Chen didn't care about this at all. His soul-devouring technique's willpower was fighting against the god martial spirit. After getting the upper hand, Long Chen didn't give her any chance to resist. He forcefully pulled her out from Feng Zhilin's body, and also pulled her and Feng Zhilin out. This process was undoubtedly very painful. Long Chen seemed to hear her and Feng Zhilin's screams. That kind of pain wasn't something an ordinary person could endure. If it was Lingxi, Long Chen's heart would bleed. But no matter what, for her to live, he knew that he couldn't be soft-hearted. He knew that this woman still wanted to live. From her eyes, he could see that she didn't want to die at all. She was about the same age as Long Chen, so she didn't want to die at all. The soul-devouring technique was used to the maximum. Come out! A dragon roar shook Feng Zhilin's ears and made her bleed. At the same time, she hit Long Chen's body with her palm. Of course, she couldn't use her peak power. Otherwise, she would have killed Long Chen already. However, even so, Long Chen was still hit until his entire body was soaked. Hiss! When the woman screamed for the last time, Long Chen didn't say anything and directly swallowed her into his eyes. The vortex of the soul-devouring technique was crazily killing. He wanted to destroy the power of the god martial spirit. He loosened his hands. Feng Zhilin's body slowly fell down, floating in the broken star field. Her eyes were wide open. Her delicate face still had some deep cuts. However, Long Chen knew that she was out of danger. The reason why she was in a coma was that her god martial spirit was too weak. It would take a long time for her to recover completely. Not only did she need to recover, but she also needed a lot of treasures. No matter how pitiful it was, she had escaped this calamity. Long Chen didn't regret it. However, he didn't feel relaxed at all. Because the crazy woman wasn't dead yet. She was crazily killing in her eyes. Long Chen remembered that Li Xuanji was blinded like this. Even the supreme golden body couldn't recover from this kind of injury. Moreover, Long Chen hadn't reached the supreme golden body yet. Long Chen's will was ice cold in the face of his opponent's frantic resistance. He clenched his fists tightly and frantically operated the soul-devouring technique. He wanted to use the power of the devouring technique to completely disintegrate the god martial soul. Bastard! You ruined my wish of 10,000 years. You deserve to die. My body. I spent so much effort to get this body. You actually destroyed everything I had. You really deserve to die. Deserve to die. No, I'm going to destroy you. I'll definitely make you wish you were dead. No, I want to take over your body. No matter how smart she was, she wouldn't have thought that Long Chen knew the soul-devouring technique. If she had known, she wouldn't have dared to chase after Long Chen even if she had 10 guts. This was probably karma. It was heaven's punishment for her. It was also a rescue for Long Chen. If she hadn't rushed over, Long Chen would have died in the hands of the 2 hall masters. However, Long Chen realized that it was still very difficult to kill this woman. Long Chen estimated that this woman's strength when she was alive must have surpassed the heavenly ancestor of the supreme Yin demon realm. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so difficult to deal with. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Dang. Crazy killing. This was an invisible battle. Long Chen's eyes were in an incomparably chaotic state. Countless blades danced and cut in his eyes. However, no matter how crazy this woman was, her body was too hard. Could it be that I really can't kill her? My eyes will also go blind. If he was blind, it would definitely have a huge impact on Long Chen's battle strength. Long Chen didn't want to become like that. However, in order to survive, the other party would also fight to the death. Long Chen was furious. The will that belonged to the dragon erupted from the god martial soul. What is this? Dragon? The woman saw something in the depths of Long Chen's eyes. It was Long Chen's consciousness. A dragon-shaped god martial soul was in it. You are a dragon warrior. The woman was stunned. In the instant she was stunned, Long Chen seized the opportunity and broke her soul power into 2. The weakened power was quickly drowned by Long Chen's killing vortex. Ah! The woman let out a final roar of unwillingness. You can't kill me. I will return. Little bastard, you have offended me. One day, I will return to your side. I will make you lose everything and make you wish you were dead. Chapter 1302. When the fragmented fragments were put together, it was still somewhat helpful to Long Chen. Finally, he had escaped a disaster. Long Chen started to feel relieved. He heaved a sigh of relief and started to organize these scattered martial arts memories. In fact, everyone had their own path. The influence of others on one's path was limited. Long Chen could only obtain a part of the martial arts memories and turn them into his own. Long Chen walked on the path of killing. Actually, everyone's path had traces of killing because the combat skills were born for fighting and killing. If there was no fighting and killing, the martial arts would be meaningless. Therefore, no matter who it was, they could all give some help to Long Chen. After passing through the 3 minor trials, Long Chen had experienced several battles in the Hidden Dragon ranking battle. Naturally, they were very helpful to him. However, he still needed a little bit more to break through that point. At this moment, after absorbing the martial arts memories of the mysterious woman, Long Chen finally felt that he had found the point from the 5th to the 6th level of the divine martial realm. The breakthrough of his strength was very close at hand. At this moment, Long Chen checked Feng Zhilin's situation. Everything was fine. She was still cultivating and recovering. She would wake up soon. Thus, Long Chen concentrated on breaking through to the 6th level of the divine martial realm. After reaching the 6th level of the divine martial realm, another 10th of the ancestral dragon's blood would enter his body, which would make his body improve tremendously again. The most obvious improvement this time was the strength of his body. The 6th level of the divine martial realm was originally the supreme golden body. It was the ultimate evolution of the body. In addition, with Long Chen's strong body and the 10th of the dragon's blood that had just entered his body, Long Chen's body underwent another terrifying transformation. After everything was completed, Long Chen estimated that no warrior who had not reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm, or even the demon race, could compete with him in terms of body. The ancestral dragon blood essence was only reflected in the aspect of physical strength. Long Chen was absorbing the ancestral dragon's essence blood, which was more of a kind of inheritance. His talent would become more and more outstanding as he absorbed the ancestral dragon's essence blood. His comprehension of the martial path and other abilities had already far surpassed his peers. In the entire 3 regions and 9 realms, there were not many who could compare to him in terms of talent. This advantage would become more apparent the further he went. The most important thing was the supreme golden body. This was a realm that Long Chen was looking forward to very much. When he reached this realm, his physical body would reach its peak, and his body's recovery ability would be greatly enhanced. In the future, if he was injured, as long as his head wasn't smashed, he would still have a chance to recover. After reaching the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm, he felt as if a stream of life force was injected into his body. He didn't know where this stream of power came from, but his body started to undergo a thorough transformation. It changed part of his structure, and every part of his muscles, bones, and internal organs had a vigorous regenerative ability and memory ability. The supreme golden body was like a gift from the heavenly Tao. It was like a gift from the heavens to the cultivators after experiencing the minor 3 tribulations. With the supreme golden body, the death rate of the cultivators was greatly reduced. But in fact, many people didn't know that after the supreme golden body, if one was really strong, then he would face endless tribulations that could definitely kill him. 9 nirvana tribulations, 9 reincarnation tribulations, they would directly kill him. Long Chen's supreme golden body had reached the advanced level. Although he already had more than half of the ancestral dragon's body, his physical body still underwent subtle changes under the power of the heavenly Tao. Long Chen also felt that his originally very vigorous life force had become even more tenacious. His bones, muscles, and internal organs all burst out with surging life force. This body, no doubt, would make anyone envious. Long Chen's current divine essence was about the 7th level of the divine martial realm. But why was he so strong and able to fight against the warriors in the 8th level of the divine martial realm? The main reason was his strong physical strength, as well as the dragon's will, the nirvana force, and so on. The incomparably sharp blood desolation sword in his hand also brought him great benefits. Strong, like an ancient giant beast's body full of super explosive power, was always one of the reasons for his overwhelming victory. And at this moment, this ability had once again improved. He casually stretched his body, and all that could be heard were crackling sounds. Feeling his own strength, Long Chen smiled and said, "I already have an immortal body, haha." Kitten snorted and said, "Ignorant person, I gave you a little benefit and you really think that you have an immortal body. This supreme golden body, haha, it's not as powerful as you think." "Oh, where do I start?" Long Chen teased. "The real immortal body is the kind of body that can be reborn as long as there is a particle left in your body. Moreover, if you cut off an arm, you can perfectly regenerate it within a breath. That is the real immortal body. Of course, that realm is something you can't understand now. When you cultivate to that level, you are no longer a warrior, but a real cultivator. At that level, it is very difficult to kill a person. You need to use powerful means, such as formations, and so on, to completely crush the opponent's body, leaving no ashes behind," Kitten said casually. Long Chen was a little shocked. He guessed that what Kitten was talking about should be the means of the Calamity Realm warriors. "How can I have such an immortal body?" Long Chen asked. Kitten hesitated for a moment. He didn't know if he could tell Long Chen now. He didn't think it was a big deal, so he said, "The 9 nirvana tribulation is a real tribulation. At the same time, it is also the transformation and rebirth of the body and spirit. When you experience the baptism of the 9 nirvana tribulation, after 9 nirvana rebirths, you can have a real immortal body." The 9 nirvana tribulation. Long Chen was speechless. It was really difficult. At least he felt that there should be no such experts in the 3 regions and 9 realms. The kind of cultivators with an immortal body should exist in the ancient myths. Don't think about it too much. You should quickly finish practicing martial arts. If you can't practice martial arts, talking about the way of heaven is nonsense, Kitten said proudly, as if he was very strong. Long Chen pondered for a moment. Indeed, as Kitten said, many warriors at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm needed a long time to recover after their limbs were cut off. Even if they recovered, their vitality would be greatly damaged and they would need to recuperate for a long time. The weaker the physique, the easier it is to recover from injuries at the supreme golden body stage, because their bodies are not valuable at all. But for example, if half of your ancestral dragon body is destroyed, and you want to recover with a supreme golden body, then your potential will be reduced by at least half, and at least 20% of the ancestral dragon's essence and blood will be wasted. Kitten giggled. Long Chen understood. However, he was also very satisfied. At least for now, the probability of death was reduced a lot. He pondered for a moment and found that at least under the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm, including the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm, he basically had no opponents. After pondering for a while, Feng Jilin gradually woke up. Although she was unconscious before, she still knew what had happened. She raised her head and looked at Long Chen with confused eyes. Many complicated emotions appeared in her eyes. She found that the man in front of her was really like a mystery. You saved my life, and I saved yours. We don't owe each other anything, Longchen said. Feng Zhilin was dazed. She finally understood why Longchen had saved her. This man really could not change his ways. He could not say anything nice. Feng Zhilin was used to it. She waved her hand and said, I did not thank you. After a moment of silence, she asked, What are you going to do next? I want to go to the 9-star Chaos City, Longchen said frankly. Feng Zhilin hesitated for a while. She had heard about the 9-star Chaos City. It was very chaotic there, but she needed to recuperate. She had a great desire in her heart. She also wanted to go to that place. I will go too, she said after hesitating for a while. Longchen sneered and said, Up to you. Just don't follow me. With your current condition, even if you get killed there, it has nothing to do with me. Feng Zhilin was annoyed. She blushed a little, which made her look cute. I won't go. I will go back to the Imperial Star. Wait until I enter the Martial God Palace, my body will recover, and my power will recover to the peak of the 9th level of the God Martial Realm. Then, I will come back to settle accounts with you. Our hatred is not over yet. Longchen nodded and said, Go back. When I go back, you will not be a match for me. Wait and see. Feng Zhilin glared at him. Don't think that you can do anything after reaching the 9th level of the God Martial Realm. After all, it is not your own power. When the Nirvana tribulation comes, I will see how you will die. I think you should be less competitive and think more about cultivation. Of course, this is just advice. Whether you want to listen or not. Goodbye. Longchen did not want to talk more with her. He could not say anything nice anyway. After saying this, he turned around and left. His body quickly disappeared in the vast broken star field. After he disappeared, Feng Zhilin's angry face suddenly became very peaceful, even a little sad. She raised her white arms and looked at them in a daze. Suddenly, tears flowed out from the corners of her eyes. She could not control herself and cried in the vast broken star field. Is this the feeling of being alive? I am still alive. She suddenly remembered what Longchen had said before he left. She had mixed feelings. Most of the time, she did not know what she was talking about. After a long time, she finally figured it out. Forget it, forget it. Let's just do as he said. If I relax and focus on cultivation, I might be able to achieve greater things. If I keep holding grudges in my heart, I will only be digging my own grave. However, thinking of Longchen's overbearing attitude, he was still very unconvinced. I will not let you look down on me. The foundation I have now is much stronger than yours. When you come back from the 9-star chaotic city, I will give you a surprise. Although I lost to you in the hidden dragon ranking, it does not mean that I will lose to you in the future. One day, I will make you look at me in a different light. She did not have a competitive heart to anyone, but Longchen. Chapter 1303. The journey in the starry sky was endless. Longchen had traveled for a long time in the broken star field, but he still hadn't seen the 9-star Chaos City. He didn't know where Feng Zhilin had brought him. He could only make a rough estimate. According to this estimate, with his speed, it would take him at least half a month to reach the 9-star Chaos City, maybe even longer. The 9-star Chaos City was in the center of the 3 Emperor domains. After reaching the 6th level of the God Martial Realm, his strength and speed had improved again. Xianming Temple Master and Mad Demon Temple Master's attack had taught him a lesson. Although the spirit breath technique was troublesome, at this moment, he was using it all the time to prevent those powerful existences from sensing him with their divine senses. Fortunately, he didn't encounter the broken star turbulence along the way, or it would be even more troublesome. In fact, not many people dared to go to the 9-star Chaos City alone. Normally, they would gather in a few cities at the edge of the 3 Emperor domains, such as Savage City. Then, with an experienced guide, they would directly go to the 9-star Chaos City. That way, they would encounter fewer star pirates, and the possibility of danger would be greatly reduced. Longchen still liked to be alone, and he had already been brought to the broken star field by Feng Zhilin. It was too late to go back now. The 9-spirit golden elephant seal. Longchen wasn't in a hurry. He had read a lot of information and had some understanding of the 9-star Chaos City. At this time, he was thinking about the 9-spirit golden elephant seal in his hand. This was the treasure he had taken from the Lu family. Because he was pressed for time, he didn't have the time to refine it, which led to the confrontation with Xianming Temple Master and the others. If he had refined the 9-spirit golden elephant seal earlier, the situation might have been different. Before reaching the 9-star Chaos City, he had to figure out how to use the 9-spirit golden elephant seal. In other words, he had to refine it successfully, and make it his own treasure. Long Chen remembered that the 9-spirit golden elephant seal was called a Dao tool. The martial path has reached the peak, reaching the God Martial Realm's Great Circle. Next is the Nirvana Tribulation Realm and the Reincarnation Tribulation Realm. These two tribulation realms cultivate the heavenly Dao, and the corresponding divine weapons and treasures are called Dao tools. Long Chen recited the information in his mind. Dao artifacts. Nowadays, very few people are able to refine Dao artifacts. Many of the existing Dao artifacts were passed down from ancient times and have gone through countless generations of masters. Generally speaking, what we can come into contact with now are the Dao weapons from the Middle Ages. These Dao weapons already possess the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Some of these Dao weapons, as long as they are in control, even a child can display heaven-defying abilities. Back then, Lu Junyue hadn't even reached the level to refine a Dao weapon, but she was already able to display the 9-spirit golden elephant seal to such an extent. From this you can see how powerful this Dao weapon is. Only an individual's nirvana force could be used to refine a Dao artifact. Although the nirvana force came from the heavenly Dao, it was branded by everyone. Just like Long Chen's nirvana force, there was also the aura of a dragon hidden in it. It was absolutely unique and belonged to an individual. Previously, Lu Junyue had only used the power of the world of light, treating it as the power of nirvana. This was not a true refinement, but only a vague control over it. As a Dao weapon, the 9-spirit golden elephant seal was a supreme treasure. Its power was definitely not that simple. I heard that true Dao weapons are divided into 3 levels. They are the Dao weapons from the Middle Ages, which are known as Middle Ages Dao weapons. Of course, above the Middle Ages Dao weapons, legend has it that there are Dao weapons left from the Ancient Ages, which are known as Ancient Dao weapons. Ancient Dao weapons are rare and almost non-existent, but above Ancient Dao weapons, legend has it that there are Primordial Dao weapons. Of course, it doesn't necessarily mean that the Dao weapons from the Middle Ages are weak. Some Dao weapons from the Middle Ages can also be classified as Ancient Dao weapons. Therefore, power is the only standard to classify Dao weapons. Dividing them according to time is just a rough estimate. Long Chen understood that the so-called ancient Dao weapons and primordial Dao weapons only existed in legends. They hadn't appeared for a long time. In the 3 regions and 9 worlds, any Middle Ages Dao weapon was very amazing. Once it appeared, it would definitely attract endless competition. Although the 9-spirit golden elephant seal in Long Chen's hands was considered the lowest level Dao weapon, it was enough to make many people covet it. Many Nirvana Tribulation experts didn't even have Middle Ages Dao weapons. As for primordial Dao weapons, perhaps the 3 great emperors of the 3 great emperor palaces might have them. Every ancient Dao weapon was a legendary existence. As for primordial Dao weapons, they hadn't existed for millions of years. There is another way to classify Dao weapons according to their strength. That is according to the Dao patterns on them. Basically, every item that can be called Dao weapon has Dao patterns on it. Dao patterns are the heavenly Dao's veins. They are the power that the heavenly Dao infuses into the magical treasures and divine weapons. They contain all kinds of heavenly Dao and human Dao power. Although Long Chen hadn't seen the power of heavenly Dao, he was sure that it must be very terrifying. Long Chen knew about it from the tribulations of the minor 3 tribulations. Those with 1 to 9 Dao patterns are Middle Ages Dao weapons. Those with 10 to 99 Dao patterns are primordial Dao weapons. Those with 100 to 999 Dao patterns are primordial Dao weapons. With 1 more Dao pattern, the power of the Dao weapon will greatly increase. Legend has it that there may be a divine weapon with 1000 Dao patterns, but that is beyond the scope of Dao weapons. In fact, the 9-spirit golden elephant seal in Long Chen's hand could not be regarded as a Dao tool, because it did not even have a single Dao pattern. This kind of magic treasure could only be regarded as a quasi-Dao tool. However, in the divine martial arts realm, even a quasi-Dao tool would cause countless people to fight over it. I really want to get a Middle Ages Dao weapon and see what the Dao patterns on it look like. Long Chen was lost in his imagination. The most important thing now was to refine the 9-spirit golden elephant seal successfully. Because Long Chen had the Nirvana force, He had consulted Han Yunxing and the others about the refining method. Although they didn't know everything, they still knew more than Long Chen. Kitten said, "You are lucky. This 9-spirit golden elephant seal has not been refined by a real Nirvana Tribulation Realm warrior for a long time. There are not many Nirvana marks in it, only a little remnant light world power. You can use your Nirvana force to dispel this power, then communicate with the device spirit of the 9-spirit golden elephant seal, plant the mark of Nirvana force on it, communicate with its soul, and you can become its master." Long Chen also knew what Kitten said, so he understood that as long as he had the Nirvana force, it was very easy to master the 9-spirit golden elephant seal. The most important thing was that Long Chen's god martial soul was in the shape of a dragon. In his communication with the 9-spirit golden elephant seal, Long Chen basically didn't need to spend much energy to make the device spirit yield. It had once lost to Long Chen, so it was very respectful to Long Chen. Don't be too happy too early. Dao tools are things, as long as they appear, people will fight for them. Today it's yours, tomorrow it'll belong to someone else. Kitten said heartlessly. Long Chen understood this principle. The 9-star Chaos City was so chaotic, people were killing and robbing everywhere, there were countless experts, there were bound to be countless people coveting it. Long Chen decided that he would not take out the 9-spirit golden elephant seal unless it was a really critical moment. He would use it as a trump card. After dealing with the 9-spirit golden elephant seal, his strength increased again. If he encountered a 9th-level god martial realm warrior, he could use the 9-spirit golden elephant seal to resist a little bit. It should be known that Long Chen was only at the 6th level of the god martial realm. Next it was a long journey. Finally, after half a month, Long Chen saw a very vast land in the depths of the starry sky. This incomparably huge land looked almost the same as the true martial imperial domain. Long Chen knew that this was the 9-star Chaos City. A huge cloud cover covered 9-star primal Chaos City, shrouding the entire continent in an illusion. Among them, the most eye-catching was that above the 9-star Chaos City, there were a total of 9 starlight pillars, shooting towards the endless starry sky. It was impossible to see where they went. Above the starlight pillars, there were countless star runes, revolving around the starlight pillars. This must be how the 9-star Chaos City got its name. No one knew where the starlight pillars led to, but since ancient times, countless people had set out along the starlight pillars, wanting to know where they led to, but no one knew, because those who set foot on this path either gave up halfway, or never came back. Where the 9 starlight pillars landed, is that where the 9 great ancient ruins are located? Long Chen looked in that direction, his eyes filled with fascination. Within the 9-star Chaos City, the most famous 9 great ancient ruins were the true treasure troves, and also the reason why people came to the 9-star Chaos City to fight and risk their lives. More than 90% of the people in the 9-star Chaos City came for the 9 great ancient ruins. Long Chen guessed that the thing he wanted to obtain was definitely in the 9 great ancient ruins. The 9 great ancient ruins were said to have existed for millions of years, almost as long as the world itself. In this long period of time, countless people had entered the 9 great ancient ruins, and obtained countless treasures, creating countless strong people. However, no matter how much was taken, the treasures in the 9 great ancient ruins seemed endless. Until today, no one had been able to excavate the 9 great ancient ruins completely. Of course, great fortuitous encounters were accompanied by equally terrifying dangers. In the 9 great ruins, not only were there murders and robberies, but there were also countless terrifying creatures waiting for the adventurers. Under the allure of the treasures, there were still countless people who entered the 9 great ruins without a care for their lives over the countless years, becoming food for the mysterious creatures. Of those who entered, less than half came back alive, and those who found good things were even fewer. However, every good thing could cause countless people to fight over it. 9-star Chaos City. Here I come. Long Chen quickened his pace, arriving at the side of the vast land in the blink of an eye. Out of friendship, I recommend my friend's book Chaotic Giant Gods. Introduction. Gods and Demons Continent. Thousands of forces, countless cultivators, body cultivators who cultivate battle chi, god cultivators who cultivate vitality, tool cultivators who cultivate weapon chi. Chapter 1304. Standing in front of this incomparably huge island, Long Chen recalled the information he had about the 9-star Chaos City. Fortunately, he had made preparations before coming here. Otherwise, he would have been completely baffled by what was going on here. First, The 9-star Chaos City was a strange place. The entire 9-star Chaos City was huge, and one's divine sense couldn't be extended as freely as it was outside. In different parts of the 9-star Chaos City, one's divine sense would be suppressed differently. In the wilderness, this suppression was the lowest. Long Chen had already reached the 6th level of the divine martial realm, and if he extended his divine sense to the limit, it should be 100 li, which was about the same distance as his blood escape. In the wilderness, under the natural suppression of the 9-star Chaos City, it was already very good if his divine sense could extend for 15 li. And in the 9 great star cities, which were super big cities with a diameter of more than 500,000 miles, the divine awareness was greatly suppressed. The divine awareness of a cultivator at the 6th level of the divine martial arts realm could extend for 2 to 3 miles, which was already very good. The place where the divine awareness was most suppressed was the 9 great ruins. Basically, it was impossible to use the divine awareness inside. For Long Chen, this was indeed a very good condition. After all, he had the soul-devouring demon pupil, and even if his divine sense was suppressed, he could still use it to observe the surroundings. Compared to others, he had a big advantage. If divine sense was affected, the soul pupil technique would also be slightly affected. But overall, Long Chen's perception range was still far greater than others. The general situation of the 9-star Chaos City was like this. First, the reason it was called the 9-star Chaos City was because this huge starry sky island was divided into a total of 9 regions. Each region was ruled by an incomparably huge city that was more than 500,000 li in diameter. Each city controlled a ruin. These 9 great cities were Dubhe Star City, Migres Star City, Mizar Star City, Alkade Star City, Alioth Star City, and Fekta Star City. The other 2 star cities were Polaris Star City and Primal Chaos Star City. That was how the 9-star Chaos City got its name. Each incomparably huge star city controlled an ancient ruin. Among them, the North Star City and the Chaotic Star City should be the strongest. The primordial ruins that they controlled were also the most mysterious. Above the 9-star Chaos City, there were all sorts of people from the 3 regions and 9 realms. The monster tribe of the Baron Emperor region, the Azura tribe of the Azura Sword Prison, the spirit tribe of the ancient Yuan Spirit World, the Sun Moon tribe of the Supreme Shadow Demon World, and so on. In fact, many of the races in the 9 realms were closely related to the human clan. For example, the Sun Moon tribe was basically similar to the human clan, with only slight differences. However, they were still considered to be part of the human clan. For example, in the Thousand Mirror Sea of the 9 realms, the people who lived there were mermaids with a human body and a fish tail. This strange race could also be considered part of the human clan and not the demon clan. After a long time, in order to create a unified order, the 3 regions and 9 worlds united to form an alliance in 9-star Chaos City. That was the 12 Supreme Alliances. The Supreme Alliance was a gathering of all the superpowers in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. It was one of the top powers in 9-star Chaos City. The 12 Supreme Alliances had their own rules and regulations. They had a strict system. Although the 3 regions and 9 worlds were enemies and there was a lot of killing, as long as it did not exceed the rules and regulations of the 12 Supreme Alliances, it was fine. Under the 12 Supreme Alliances, there were countless factions in 9-star Chaos City. Some of them were under the protection of the 12 Supreme Alliances, while others acted independently. Among them, the strongest could pose a threat to the 12 Supreme Alliances in name but not in reality. After all, the 12 Supreme Alliances were made up of warriors from the 3 regions and 9 worlds. They all had their own conflicts, so it was impossible for them to truly work together. Each faction would send a portion of their elites to 9-star Chaos City to suppress their own factions. As long as the conflicts didn't exceed the rules, it was fine. Other than the 12 Supreme Alliances, there was actually an incomparably large local power in 9-star Chaos City. That was the Demonic Dragon Palace. In the entire 9-star Chaos City, there were 2 giants, the 12 Supreme Alliances and the Demonic Dragon Palace. The 12 Supreme Alliances were made up of experts from the 3 regions and 9 worlds. As for the Demonic Dragon Palace, it was a local power that had existed in 9-star Chaos City for 100,000 years. It was rather mysterious and powerful. In Long Chen's information, there was very little information about the Demonic Dragon Palace. All he knew was that the people from the Demonic Dragon Palace wore black armor and were cruel and cold-blooded. In 9-star Chaos City, they were basically a terrifying character. There was definitely a reason why the Devil Dragon Palace was able to survive in the 3 regions and 9 realms and maintain its current strength. From Long Chen's information, He could tell that the Devil Dragon Palace Lord was extremely powerful. Basically, he should be around the level of the 9 realms overlords. Otherwise, 9-star Chaos City would have been divided by the 3 regions and 9 worlds. My evil Dragon Palace seems to be much weaker than the Demonic Dragon Palace. This power is called the Demonic Dragon Palace. Could it be related to dragons? Long Chen narrowed his eyes in thought. First, he had come to search for things related to the Void Dragon. But there was a Demonic Dragon Palace here, and there was a Demonic Dragon Palace leader. There had to be a connection. Each star city controlled an ancient ruin. Among them, the 12 Supreme Alliances controlled a total of 6 star cities, including the North Star City. The Demon Dragon Palace controlled 3 star cities, including the most mysterious Chaos Star City. According to legend, the Chaos Star City was the headquarters of the Demon Dragon Palace. The ancient ruin controlled by the Chaos Star City was the most dangerous and terrifying. Basically, no one dared to go there. And it was under the control of the Demonic Dragon Palace. The people from the 12 Supreme Alliances could not attack. The 12 Supreme Alliances were led by the North Star City, and the Demonic Dragon Palace led by the Chaos Star City. Below them, there were countless other powers. Among them, there were many powerful powers that even the 12 Supreme Alliances could not control. Of course, if the 12 Supreme Alliances united, their power would be far greater than the Demonic Dragon Palace. However, the superpowers from the 3 regions and 9 worlds formed an alliance. They all had their own way of doing things. How could they truly unite? It was benefits that had brought them together. Without benefits, everything else was nothing. After going through the information about 9-star Chaos City, Long Chen stepped onto the legendary Star City Island. The entire island was surrounded by thick clouds. Not far from Long Chen was an ancient stone door. This was one of the entrances to 9-star Chaos City. At this time, there were many people gathering here. When Long Chen arrived at the stairs outside the stone door, a group of warriors wearing golden armor immediately surrounded him. Just from the look in their eyes, one could see the difference between the people of 9-star Chaos City and the outside world. Because no matter how hard they tried to hide it, there was still a fierce look in their eyes. It was the look of a hungry wolf. There was a small golden word on the golden armor. It was the word Emperor, which meant that these guards were from the 12 Supreme Alliances. Long Chen took a closer look. These people were surging with sword chi. They might be from the Sword Spirit Imperial region. A true sword cultivator's sharp aura was hard to hide. The people of True Martial Emperor Palace looked like heavy boulders, while the people of the Sword Spirit Imperial region were like unsheathed swords. State your identity. A few people with fierce eyes surrounded Long Chen. Usually, people who entered 9-star Chaos City would go through a strict interrogation. The 12 Supreme Alliances had to control everything. These warriors seemed to be at the 6th level of the God Martial realm, so their attitude was not good. Long Chen was prepared. The token of True Martial Emperor Palace appeared in his hand. It could not be replicated. The identity of the evil Dragon Palace leader was obvious. True Martial Emperor Palace, 3,000 halls. Evil Dragon Palace leader, it's you. The person who took his token laughed and threw it at Long Chen. He said disdainfully, True Martial Emperor Palace is really regressing. How can such a person be the palace leader? What a joke. All right, follow us. He led the way. They surrounded Long Chen, as if they were afraid that Long Chen would escape. Following them, Long Chen looked around curiously at 9-star Chaos City. This was still the edge of the city, and there was nothing much to see. The scenery was not bad, not much different from the outside. Blue sky and white clouds, but there was a thick smell of blood in the air, as well as an austere aura. A few of the 12 Supreme Alliance's guides were talking and laughing. When they mentioned Long Chen, the palace leader, they laughed even louder. True Martial Emperor Palace is only at this level. How can they be on the same level as my Sword Spirit Emperor Palace? What a joke. Desolate Emperor Palace is first. Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and True Martial Emperor Palace are tied for second. That's pure bullshit. I think our Sword Spirit Emperor Palace is first. Desolate Emperor Palace is barely second. As for True Martial Emperor Palace, they might not even be in the top 10. At this point, the crowd burst into laughter again. When they laughed, they didn't care about Long Chen's existence. Soon, they brought Long Chen to a tall and majestic building. The leader said to Long Chen, Kid, since you are from True Martial Emperor Palace, you are also a member of the 12 Supreme Alliances. Complete the strict ranking. Then I will give you a token. Long Chen knew that there was such a level, so he let them be. After the registration was completed, the leader knocked on the table, and a few people surrounded Long Chen, forming a huge pressure. Generally speaking, an ordinary martial artist would probably have a mental breakdown after being stared at by a group of wild wolves filled with killing intent. Long Chen put away the token that represented the 12 Supreme Alliances and the golden armor. Long Chen asked, "What's the matter?" Chapter 1305. Long Chen understood. He had never heard of paying for registration or military service. This kind of guarding was arranged by the 12 Supreme Alliances. Long Chen did not have the obligation to guard the door. He was not a real member of the 12 Supreme Alliances yet. He could only represent that he came from the true Martial Emperor Palace. These guys in front of him were the lower-level members of the 12 Supreme Alliances. The real senior members did not do things like guarding the door. "Brat, what are you waiting for? Give me another 3 breaths of time and I'll kill you. Take your storage ring, and distribute it to our brothers. At that time, you won't even have time to cry," the leader said fiercely. A strong momentum approached Long Chen. These warriors were all at the 6th level of the divine martial realm, and the leader was at the peak of the 6th level. With so many people, Long Chen was completely suppressed. Moreover, they had been fighting in the 9-star chaotic city for many years, so they were very cooperative and murderous. How could they be afraid of a newbie like Long Chen? Long Chen did not want to talk nonsense. He moved quickly and dragged the leader over. Without saying anything, he tore off his head and kicked it out of the broken star field. The headless body fell down with a loud bang. During this time, people only heard a scream, and then nothing else. This bloody scene simply made everyone dumbfounded. Long Chen clapped his hands to prevent the blood from dirtying them. He looked around and said quietly, "Who else wants to fly out? Come on. Anyway, you have the supreme golden body. Even if your head is broken, you won't die. It's just a little difficult to recover." Damn it. We met a tiger pretending to be a pig. The few of them exchanged glances as hatred flashed in their eyes. Dang, dang, dang. A few deafening sounds rang out as waves of ferocious sword chi shot towards Long Chen. Each of them had a divine weapon that shone with a divine light. They looked extremely sharp and seemed to contain immense power. Every divine weapon was swallowing and spitting out ferocious sword light. Brothers, tear him apart. Long Chen understood that this kind of intimidation wouldn't be able to subdue this group of fugitives. He finally understood the rules of survival in 9-star Chaos City. Here, only ruthless slaughter, could intimidate this group of greedy dogs. Black Gold Sword Chi. One of them waved his golden long sword, and a sharp golden sword chi swept towards Long Chen's neck. The air was cut, and people screamed. The others also attacked. You won't cry until you see the coffin. Long Chen wasn't in the mood to fight with these small fries. When the black gold sword chi shot over, he casually crushed it with a single hand. The scarlet blood desolation appeared in his hand and transformed into a small sword. At this instant, Long Chen vanished from everyone's sight. In the next instant, a total of 8 headless corpses fell to the ground, lifeless. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and kept the scarlet blood desolation. When he raised his head, the heads of those people had already flown away. Long Chen didn't kill them. Naturally, this was also a huge lesson to them. Even if they were newbies, they couldn't afford to offend them. However, after this battle, he discovered that the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor region were indeed stronger than other cultivators of the same level. After easily dealing with this group of people and making them feel incomparably regretful, Long Chen left and continued to move forward in the wilderness. The smell of blood in the air was getting thicker and thicker. He didn't know when, but when he raised his head, an incomparably huge and vast city appeared in front of him. This should be Dubhe Star City. It has a radius of 500,000 miles. Long Chen squinted his eyes. It was really huge. From Long Chen's point of view, it was simply endless. The entire world was filled with countless buildings, and under the illumination of the stars, these buildings emitted resplendent light. Dubhe Star City was one of the star cities controlled by the 12 Supreme Alliances. As for the specific management of the 12 Supreme Alliances, Long Chen didn't know. In addition to Dubhe Star City, there were many small cities and endless wilderness in the Dubhe region. Of course, The most important thing was the ancient ruins. Since I'm here, I'll take a look at the ruins in Dubhe Star City and see if there's anything I want. Long Chen had already made up his mind. Kitten, can you sense it? Kitten shook his head in confusion and said, everything here, even my senses are suppressed. I don't think it will be easy for us to find it. No matter what, it must be in the ancient ruins. If he asked around, he might be able to find it. They hadn't entered the ancient ruins yet. Maybe after entering, Kitten would be able to sense it. Thus, Long Chen decided to go to Dubhe Star City first. In addition, if he wanted to enter the ancient ruins, it seemed that he had to obtain the ancient ruins pass in Dubhe Star City. Without the pass, the 12 Supreme Alliances wouldn't let Long Chen enter the ancient ruins. Looking at the mountain, a horse running to death. Dubhe Star City looked very close, but it took Long Chen 3 days to get there. When he arrived, Long Chen was deeply shocked by the size of this place. These walls and buildings were very old and seemed to have existed for a long time. The distance between each building was very large, and the streets were very wide. There seemed to be no one guarding the city gate. This was still the outer area, and there seemed to be fewer people. Dubhe Star City is a place for warriors to replenish and cultivate. It is also the base of many gangs. In such a chaotic place, there is no need for the 12 Supreme Alliances to manage this city. Long Chen understood in his heart that the moment he stepped into Dubhe Star City, he could clearly feel that the air was filled with a heavy killing intent. There was a thick stench of blood everywhere, and many buildings and walls had already been destroyed, proving that there had been a tragic battle here. In the beginning, there was no one on this wide street. After a while, Long Chen saw other people. However, these people were gathered in 2s and 3s, looking gloomily at the passers-by. Long Chen's strength was not weak, so in a short period of time, no one came to find trouble with him. But it was an eye-opener for him. The 3 regions and 9 realms were really magical places. For example, during this period, Long Chen saw a few clansmen who were 4 to 5 meters tall. Their skin was gray, like rocks, and their muscles were bulging. They emitted a rather terrifying power, almost like that of a demon beast. These people should be from the sorcerer tribe of the ancestral sorcerer realm. The ancestral sorcerer realm was one of the 9 realms. In addition, Long Chen also saw the beautiful mermaids in the 1,000-mirror sea. They were all very beautiful, with slender fishtails and legs. There was a thick aura of water on them, and their strength could not be underestimated. In addition, there was the spirit tribe of the ancient Yuan spirit world and the thunder tribe of the desolate thunder pool. They were all considered branches of the human tribe, but compared to the human tribe, their numbers were slightly smaller. The human tribe and the demon tribe were the most common. This was the first time that Long Chen saw the human tribe and the demon tribe together in this place. He had not seen the demon tribe for a long time in the true martial imperial domain. Next to him were several short demon clan members with broad backs. They were huddled together and discussing in low voices. Long Chen knew that they were demon clan members. Their original forms should be a kind of raging flame turtle, which was a 5th-tier demon immortal realm demon clan. However, some of them could grow to 6th tier or 7th tier. Seeing the demon tribe, Long Chen realized that he missed Mo Xiaolang a little. He wondered if he was doing well over there. If I have time, I should go and see Xiaolang. It has been a long time since we parted. During this period of time, although Long Chen had made many good friends, there was no one who could make him miss Xiaolang as much as he did. The deeper he went, the more places there were in Dubhe Star City. There were countless shops that sold all kinds of elixirs, combat skills, and weapons that warriors needed. As long as you could afford it, you could buy them. Of course, there was the possibility that someone would be waiting outside to kill you after you bought something. Along the way, within the range of the Soul Eye technique, Long Chen had seen a few killings in Dubhe Star City. In order to get the pass, he had to find the headquarters of the 12 Supreme Alliances in Dubhe Star City. Dubhe Star City was 500,000 miles long, and to find it in a short period of time was harder than ascending to heaven. Long Chen had to ask someone else, but if he asked someone else, they would immediately know that he was a newbie, and it was uncertain whether they would kill him for the treasure. "Young man, please wait." A middle-aged man's voice came from behind. Long Chen turned around. It was a middle-aged man who called him. This man was short but muscular. He probably wasn't from the true martial imperial domain or the sword spirit imperial domain. "I see that your body is strong. Are you interested in joining our Iron Stone gang?" I am the deputy gang leader of the Iron Stone Gang. My strength is at the 7th level of the Divine Martial Realm. You are new here. You may not know that in 9-star Chaos City, without the protection of any force, the only result is a miserable death. Long Chen shook his head and said, I am not interested. You should find someone else. The middle-aged man's eyes were red. He sneered, You are indeed new. You don't know the rules. I bet that if you don't join the gang quickly and let us protect you, you will die on the street in less than 3 days and your storage ring will be taken away. Long Chen stood there calmly and smiled. Why wait 3 days? If you want to teach me a lesson, come at me. I have 1,000,000 divine crystals in my storage ring. Let's see if you can take it away. His opponent laughed. Damn it, he had never seen such a weirdo before. In that case, he wouldn't hold back anymore. In that instant, his entire body expanded to almost twice its original size. His powerful body was filled with power, and he was like a wild beast as he punched towards Long Chen. Long Chen didn't say anything. He stretched out his hand and used his small fist to grab the other party's huge fist. The terrifying power of the physical body made the middle-aged man scream. After being grabbed by Long Chen, he couldn't move. Chapter 1306. At this point, how could the middle-aged man not know that he had kicked an iron plate this time? This kind of thing was very common. In the 9-star Chaos City, every move was tantamount to taking a risk. Previously, he thought that Long Chen was a newbie, and it was not a problem to rob Long Chen with his strength. As for inviting Long Chen to join the Iron Stone Gang, it was purely a bluff. In the past, the middle-aged man had also kicked an iron plate. When he was not as strong as the other party, he immediately knew what to do. At this time, he hurriedly knelt on the ground, his body returned to normal, and begged Long Chen with tears and snot. Senior, please spare my life. Whatever you want me to do, I will promise you, but please spare my life. Lead the way, 12 Supreme Alliances. Long Chen said coldly, 12 Supreme Alliances. The man heard it clearly and asked confusedly, Sir, why are you going to the 12 Supreme Alliances? The division of the 12 Supreme Alliances is in the center of Dubhe Star City, 200,000 miles away from here. Indeed, it was very far, but Long Chen was not in a hurry. His eyes turned cold, and the man did not dare to ask more. He hurriedly said, I understand. Sir, you must be going to the undead ancient abyss, one of the 9 great ruins. I will take you to the 12 Supreme Alliances. Cut the crap, lead the way. Long Chen said coldly. This man was at LV7 of the Divine Martial Realm, and looked ferocious. Probably not many people would dare to bully him. So far, the warriors that Long Chen had seen in Dubhe Star City were between LV4 and LV7 of the Divine Martial Realm. This middle-aged man was relatively strong. Of course, on the way, Long Chen also felt the aura of some warriors at LV8 of the Divine Martial Realm. As for the warriors at LV9 of the Divine Martial Realm, they were very few. Long Chen was sure that in Dubhe Star City, one of the 9 great star cities, there must be strong warriors of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm, but he could not feel them. Therefore, he did not dare to be too arrogant. With the warrior at the 7th LV of the Divine Martial Arts Realm leading the way, there were fewer troublemakers. The middle-aged warrior directly dealt with those who didn't have eyes. In Dubhe Star City, people were fighting almost all the time. Some shops were even looted. It was extremely chaotic. Along the way, Long Chen had seen most of the people in the 3 regions and 9 realms. He couldn't help but widen his horizons when he saw so many strange-looking people, especially the demon race. It was rumored that the total number of demon race in the desolate Imperial region was more than the total number of true martial Imperial region and sword spirit Imperial region. Now that he had seen it, it was indeed true. The desolate Emperor Palace was number 1. This sentence was true. In the territory of the demon clan, there were many strange beasts, all of which were unimaginably powerful. There were no disturbances along the way. Long Chen did not move forward quickly. After about 3 or 4 days, he finally arrived at the center of Dubhe Star City, which was 200,000 miles away. The closer he was to the center, the more powerful the warriors were. There were often warriors at the 8th LV of the Divine Martial Arts Realm passing by on the street. In some prosperous restaurants, there were even warriors at the 9th LV of the Divine Martial Arts Realm. Long Chen was very low-key. After arriving here, he roughly knew where the division of the 12 Supreme Alliances was, so he let the middle-aged man go. A warrior at the 6th LV of the Divine Martial Arts realm had dared to come to the center of Dubhe Star City. However, there were many people coming and going in the center. Long Chen was very low-key, so few people paid attention to a small figure like him. In addition, near the center, it seemed that there were fewer fights. It was probably because of the existence of the Dubhe Star City division of the 12 Supreme Alliances. The Dubhe Star City division of the 12 Supreme Alliances was also an incomparably huge cylindrical building. This building was not tall, only 100 meters, but it was very vast. It occupied a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It was hard to imagine how big the space was inside such a huge building. There were very few people from the 3 regions and 9 realms who could enter the management level of the 12 Supreme Alliances. Long Chen walked through the wide streets and finally saw the Dubhe Star City division. His goal was to get the pass. However, he remembered that it seemed to require a sequence of procedures. It was very troublesome, but there was no other way. Among the 9 great ruins, needless to say, it was impossible to enter the ones controlled by the Demon Dragon Palace. The only ones that could enter were those controlled by the 12 Supreme Alliances. In order to avoid conflict with the huge organization of the 12 Supreme Alliances, Long Chen could only do things according to the rules. The defense of the 12 Supreme Alliances was very tight. Inside and outside, there were more than 30 layers of guards. They were all super strong warriors of the God Martial Realm. Before he could get close, a small team of patrolling warriors stopped him. This small team of patrolling warriors was wearing the golden armor of the 12 Supreme Alliances. There was a magnificent word Emperor on their chest. The level of the patrolling guards was the lowest, but they were at least at the 6th level of the God Martial Realm. The leader was a captain leading 10 people, and their strength was at the 6th level of the God Martial Realm. The Centurion was at the 7th level of the God Martial Realm, and the Chiliarch was at the Heaven Dharma. Of course, if they were just guards, they would never be able to touch the core of the 12 Supreme Alliances. This pair of guards stopped the approaching Long Chen. One of the soldiers of the Supreme Alliance walked forward and asked in a cold voice, "Why are you approaching the Dubhe Star City division of the 12 Supreme Alliances?" "To get the pass to enter the ancient ruins," Long Chen replied. He understood that under the management of the 12 Supreme Alliances, it was actually very troublesome to enter the ancient ruins. Not only did he have to confirm his identity, but he also had to pass a strict strength test. The Supreme Alliance soldier sized him up for a while and said, "The 12 Supreme Alliances have a rule that if you are not at the 7th level of the God Martial Realm, you are not qualified to enter the ancient ruins alone. You can only join another sect. If you are led by someone else, you can't enter the ruins. Please go back." Long Chen was stunned. He had never heard of this rule. But this Supreme Alliance soldier said it seriously, so it shouldn't be fake. Long Chen didn't want to give up like this. He said directly, "Even if my strength is far beyond the 7th level of the God Martial Realm, I can't enter." The Supreme Alliance soldier was stunned and said impatiently, "Stop joking. Go back. Or, you can join a gang that is registered with the 12 Supreme Alliances. They can lead you in to gain experience. If you go in alone, you will definitely die. It's nothing. The 12 Supreme Alliances have this rule for your own good." Long Chen continued to ask, "There are no exceptions?" The Supreme Alliance soldier replied, "In the 12 Supreme Alliances, all rules are set in stone. There can be no exceptions." Long Chen was speechless. He had just arrived. Whose sect was he going to join? At this time, the corporal in the team noticed what was going on. He took a few steps forward and looked at Long Chen with disdain. He asked, "What's going on?" "This person's strength is not even at the 7th level of the God Martial Realm, but he wants to get the pass alone," the soldier replied. The corporal laughed heartily and looked at Long Chen as if he was looking at an idiot. He spat out one word, "Get lost." The soldier's attitude was good before, but this corporal made Long Chen a little impatient. However, in order to get the pass, there was no point in getting into a conflict with this guy. Long Chen was no longer his impulsive self. He was now thinking about finding a registered gang and threatening them to bring him to get the pass. At this time, there was a huge crowd on the street outside. There was a huge commotion. Countless martial artists broke through the air and rushed in one direction. "What's going on?" the corporal roared angrily. "Report." A Supreme Alliance soldier rushed out from the crowd and said nervously, "Corporal, someone found the remnant of the Li family in the Shadow Demon world. It is said that he has the entire Li family's wealth. It is a family that once had a world emperor. Now, most people are rushing over there. The corporal looked excited and said with eyes that hated evil, "Let's go. Team 38. Follow me to maintain order." In fact, everyone knew that he wanted to get a share of the loot. This news was more important to Long Chen. Remnant of the Li family. Xuanji has already let her brother, Li Tianji, inherit the Li family's treasure. Her brother left the Shadow Demon world and came to 9-star Chaos City. That was Li Xuanji's younger brother. He could be said to be her only hope. At this time, he had already been discovered by so many people. He must have fallen into a tough battle. Long Chen's heart was racing. Without thinking, he directly rushed in the direction of the crowd. His speed stunned the Supreme Alliance soldiers. "Corporal! Corporal! That person seems to have run to the front." The corporal roared. "Nonsense, don't I have eyes? He's so fast." "Nonsense." The corporal's heart went cold. He realized that the youngster was probably a super expert who pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger. Fortunately, he hadn't gone overboard. Otherwise, he would have been dead. Forget it. The Li family once had a world emperor. The things he left behind must be rich. There might even be ancient Taoist treasures, immortal essences, or even connate Taoist techniques. I can't let others get ahead. The corporal led a group of soldiers, using the reason of maintaining order as a reason to rush to the front. In just a moment, a large area of people erupted. Humans die for wealth, just as birds die for food. This phrase was vividly reflected in 9-star Chaos City. As Long Chen rushed over, everyone he saw was flushed with anger. He hadn't even seen Li Tianji, but a few groups of people had already started fighting. Since Li Tianji is here, and Xuanji said she would look for him, it's possible that she has also come to 9-star Chaos City. Suddenly thinking of that quiet and graceful girl, Long Chen felt a surge of excitement. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. He wondered if her eyes had recovered. Long Chen had also promised that he would fix the problem with her eyes. But the most important thing was to save Li Tianji. In 9-star Chaos City, everyone was a tiger or a wolf. If something happened to Li Tianji, Long Chen wouldn't be able to explain it to her. Thinking of this, Long Chen rushed forward, towards the most chaotic area. Today is the 1-year anniversary of the release of Dragon Blood War God. I don't know what to say, but I persevered. I didn't stop writing for a day, and on average, I wrote 11,000 words a day. No one has ever persevered like me for a year. On September 15th last year, I pressed the button to create a new work with trembling hands. At that time, I never thought that I would be so successful a year later. This is the biggest climax of my life so far. What will happen to me after a year? Let me ask everyone, do you dare to follow my work without abandoning it after a year? On the 21st of this month, Madman will open a birthday cake. That will be mid-autumn. I hope everyone can come and make a cake for Madman. This is Madman's first birthday, and also Dragon Blood Wargod's birthday. Chapter 1307. Dubhe Star City was very big, and it had been a long time since the commotion had spread here. In terms of speed, Long Chen had already reached LV9 of the Divine Martial Realm. Golden lightning flashed on his body, and he flashed away, covering thousands of miles in an instant. Many warriors who were gathering in Li Tianji's direction raised their heads. Many of them could not see Long Chen's figure clearly, and only knew that someone was flying over their heads. Another expert has gone over. It's an earth-shattering battle, and there will be a good show to watch. Those experts at LV9 of the Divine Martial Realm, if most of them were not in the relic, would have come over to try their luck. The closer they got to that place, the more people flocked in that direction. Long Chen had seen it firsthand. These people were willing to risk their lives for treasures. Their eyes were bloodshot. Before seeing Li Tianji, many people had already started fighting fiercely because of the conflict. Killing people and taking their treasures was simply the main theme of the 9-star Chaos City. Scanning with the soul eyes, Zhou Bao finally saw more than 1,000 people gathered in front of him. Most of them were warriors at LV5 of the Divine Martial Realm or above, and all of them had a fierce aura. Many of them looked different from the real human race. Among these people, Long Chen quickly found the purple-haired young man in the center, who was besieged by several warriors. At first sight, Long Chen knew that he was the purple-eyed young man, Li Tianji, whom he had met in the Moon Devil Cave, and also Li Xuanji's younger brother. At that time, Long Chen was not a match for him, and he did not expect to meet him in such a situation. In addition to the few martial artists who were attacking Li Tianji, there were also countless martial artists rushing in, basically sealing off all possible escape routes for Li Tianji. This time, he really could not escape even if he had wings. Everyone was unwilling to be left behind, and more people joined the battlefield. Most of them wanted to tear Li Tianji to pieces, and some of them failed to kill Li Tianji, so they started fighting with each other. Besieged by thousands of people, Li Tianji could not hold on for a long time. The time he was discovered should be very short. Otherwise, any warrior at the 8th LV of the divine martial arts realm would be able to rob him. Li Xuanji had once given him everything that the Li family had inherited. No one knew how this news had spread. At this time, there were 2 cultivators in the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm besieging Li Tianji. However, because they were also competing with each other, no one could let the other succeed first. Therefore, the 2 of them hadn't managed to take down Li Tianji yet. That was why Li Tianji was able to survive until now. There was no doubt that he was in a very miserable state right now. The attacks were endless, and those people didn't care about his name at all. The only thing they cared about was the storage ring on his hand. Li Tianji was drenched in blood. If it wasn't for his supreme golden body, he would have been dismembered by now. Give me the storage ring. One of the warriors at the peak of the 7th level of the divine martial arts realm was lucky enough to rush through the crowd and arrive in front of Li Tianji, whose hair was disheveled and whose face was ferocious. With a swoosh, the long sword in his hand pierced into Li Tianji's chest. Go to hell. The heavy sword strangled Li Tianji, trying to tear him into pieces. Li Tianji roared in pain. His eyes were blood red. The storage ring was the most important thing he had. It was related to the hope of the Li family. If it was gone, he would be too ashamed to continue living. He would be too ashamed to face his ancestors. Most importantly, this was the task that his sister had given him. The current situation was undoubtedly extremely bad. Li Tianji had thought that he had concealed himself very well, but he hadn't expected that his best friend would betray him. The news had spread, which led to today's tragedy. He was extremely regretful, but there was nothing he could do. The Li family was doomed to perish. No, I can't die. No one can take away the things that have been passed down from the ancestors of the Li family. I can't be a sinner for all eternity. Since the destruction of the Li family, Li Tianji had grown a lot. At this moment, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the long sword that was pierced into his chest, so that the opponent couldn't pull the sword out. The next moment, Li Tianji punched the head of the sword holder. The sword holder was originally very excited, but at this moment, his brain burst and he died on the spot. The splashing blood sprayed on the people next to him. Because to deal with this warrior, there were more warriors like maggots attached to the bone. They grinned hideously and used all kinds of dirty tricks. Chen Gong, hurry up and take the things. We can share them equally. The benefits are too great. None of us can swallow them all. One of the 2 warriors of the heaven and earth law, who were restraining each other in front of Li Tianji, said to the other. Okay. The 2 of them understood that if they continued to delay, when those real experts came, they would have nothing to do at all. Therefore, the 2 of them didn't fight against each other anymore. Instead, they joined hands and rushed to Li Tianji in an instant. The power of the world of the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm was released. All of a sudden, all the people around were shaken away. One of them grabbed Li Tianji's head, and the other punched Li Tianji's head. Boom! The fist hit the air, making a series of explosions. Li Tianji was restrained by the warrior of the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm. He couldn't move at all. He used all his strength, but he could only watch the fist, which was as big as a casserole, approaching him quickly. At that moment, the shadow of death was firmly shrouding him. Am I going to die? At that moment, Li Tianji was trembling all over. The crisis of death made him lose all his strength. He was terrified. The warrior of the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm, who launched the last punch, was a warrior of the desolate ancient Thunderpool, one of the 9 realms. He was known as the Thunder Clan, which was very similar to the human clan. However, he was born to manipulate thunder and had all kinds of magical skills. At that moment, when he launched the punch, the blue lightning formed an electric net on his fist. If Li Tianji was hit, He would be burnt to ashes in an instant. At the last moment, Li Tianji suddenly felt that time was so slow. Hiss 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 hiss. When Li Tianji was about to close his eyes, a horrible killing intent suddenly filled the air. He suddenly saw several red lights flashing in front of him. Then, he heard the scream of the warrior of the Thunder Clan. The scream came to an abrupt end. The warrior of the Thunder Clan, who was at the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm, turned into pieces of dismembered corpses and fell down one after another. Those red lights were rays of sword light. Puff! Li Tianji was trembling all over. He struggled to raise his head and look. The head of the warrior who held him had been pierced by a red long sword. His eyes were wide open. Maybe he didn't even see who killed him until he died. The corpse of the warrior at the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm was thrown away by Long Chen. Instantly, many warriors rushed toward the corpse like flies. After a round of fighting, several more people died. More people looked at Long Chen with shock. He killed 2 warriors who had just entered the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm in a flash. Only warriors at the peak of the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm or above could do that. Compared to the thousands of people who were present, Li Tianji, who had escaped death, was even more shocked. He felt that the man was already behind him. The terrifying aura behind him made him sweat all over and felt a chill down his back. He suddenly turned around and saw a man holding a blood-red long sword, looking at him with a smile. This man was so familiar. For a moment, Li Tianji's mind seemed to be in a sluggish state. He tried hard to recall and finally remembered the scene in the Moon Devil's cave. The warrior named Long Chen was his sister's concern. That person should be the same person as the killing god holding the blood-red long sword in front of him. But why was he so powerful? Was he still the same person? Could it be an illusion? The scene suddenly came to a standstill. Long Chen put away his long sword and said in a clear voice, "Do you mind if I save you?" Li Tianji felt that his mouth was dry. He looked at Long Chen blankly and nodded subconsciously. "Come in." Long Chen indicated that the power absorbed by the Great Void Realm could be used on Li Tianji. He needed the other party's consent before he could bring him into the Great Void Realm. Feeling the power, Li Tianji nodded, but he was still a bit hesitant. "Leave the outside to me," said Long Chen. Although this guy was definitely older than him, he and Li Xuanji knew each other, so he naturally treated him as a younger brother. Hearing this, Li Tianji finally nodded. He turned into a ray of light and entered the Great Void Realm. After Li Tianji disappeared, only Long Chen was left floating in the air. No matter how stupid the crowd was, they were still excited at this moment. They were all desperados, which was why they came to this place. Although Long Chen could kill 2 warriors at the 8th level of the divine martial arts realm, he could not withstand the attack of thousands of people. Who would be willing to let the treasure of the Li clan, which had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, fall into the hands of Long Chen? Even if Long Chen was at the 9th LV of the divine martial arts realm, he might not be able to make them retreat. Moreover, at this time, several warriors at the 8th LV of the divine martial arts realm had arrived, including several at the peak of the 8th LV. Kill. Take the treasure of the Li clan. In an instant, battle cries filled the air. All sorts of races charged at Long Chen without any regard for their lives. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. In Dubhe Star City, there are many warriors at the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm and Nirvana Tribulation realm. Without Uncle Han and Uncle Nangong here, we can't stay here for long. If those experts also want the treasure of the Li clan, we will be in trouble. Long Chen squinted his eyes and was ready to fight his way out. The sword in Long Chen's hand gradually turned into a domineering halberd. He didn't say a single word, but the murderous aura emanating from his body caused his blood to boil. To these fugitives, only slaughter could truly intimidate them. Without saying a word, when dozens of people rushed towards him with all kinds of fighting skills, Long Chen immediately performed the 9-dragon scripture. 5 divine dragons soared into the sky, and in an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Chapter 1308. As soon as the 9-dragon scripture appeared, countless people retreated in fear. The 5 divine dragons swept past like a meat grinder. Warriors below the 7th level of the divine martial realm were killed in an instant. Even a warrior at the 8th level of the divine martial realm would be seriously injured if he faced Long Chen's move head-on. With just one move, Long Chen had created a huge hole in the ground, allowing him to escape. "Do you still want to come?" Long Chen coldly snorted as he swept his halberd across. Everywhere he went, the cultivators retreated in fear. However, there were still many people who desperately rushed forward, creating a chaotic situation. Soon, the large hole that Long Chen had created was completely filled up. Long Chen didn't even need to worry about his life. You really don't know life from death. Long Chen could not be bothered to continue clashing with them. The scarlet blood heavenly desolate saber in his hand flickered, and his body turned into a bolt of golden lightning. Everywhere he went, corpses fell to the ground. Without any surprises, Long Chen used this simple method to carve out a bloody path through the encirclement of thousands of people. At the edge of the thousands of people, a warrior was watching in horror as Long Chen walked in his direction. He remembered Long Chen's appearance. This was the person who wanted to enter the 12 Supreme Alliances to get the pass. He clearly remembered Long Chen's appearance, but he never expected that the person he had mocked was such a peerless killing god. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel afraid. If the incident with Li Tianji hadn't happened, he would have died in the hands of Long Chen. That's right. He was the deck arch who had intercepted Long Chen in the 12 Supreme Alliances. Long Chen's speed was too fast, and his changes were also very fast. That squad leader did not have the guts to fight with Long Chen, and hurriedly fled, but at this time, Long Chen just happened to rush in his direction. Seeing that he was familiar with this guy, Scarlet Blood Heaven Desolation rushed over, and without saying a word, he chopped off his legs and sent them flying. The deck arch screamed and fell to the ground, drowned by more warriors. It took Long Chen a very short time to rush to the edge. Wherever he went, people were scared out of their wits. Seeing everyone die in the hands of Long Chen, those who didn't want to live finally realized that they might not have the luck to compete for this thing. Only then did many people have the intention to retreat. Long Chen was simply a god of death, causing them to be extremely terrified. Surround him. Thousands of people scattered. Only a few warriors at the peak of the 8th LV of the divine martial arts realm grouped together and attacked Long Chen from all directions. These experts were all very old, but each and every one of them was equivalent to Lu Jin's level. If it was a head-on battle, Long Chen couldn't beat so many people, and he could only deal with one. At this time, he didn't want to be entangled with these people, lest he attracted the attention of the people at the divine martial realm. When the warriors at the peak of the divine martial realm approached, Long Chen broke out the full strength of the 6th level of the 9-dragon scripture. Blood-red saber rushed over, and 2 old men at the peak of the divine martial realm were directly sent flying by Long Chen, spurting blood. Without saying a word, Long Chen turned into a bolt of golden lightning and disappeared in a flash, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. The warriors at the peak of the divine martial realm chased for a short distance, and when they opened their eyes, Long Chen had disappeared. This kind of speed could only be described as being too far behind. Everyone looked at each other, and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Who is this young man? Who is he? Why have I never heard of such a person? Find him, chase him. As long as he is still in Dubhe Star City, I will find him. Dubhe Star City is so big, it's easy to hide a person, but only in the 9 stars chaotic city can people stay. Go find him. Investigate this young man for me. For a moment, countless people were shouting. Many of them had their own gangs, and although Long Chen had escaped, they would never let him go. Long Chen had just arrived, and had only registered at the entrance, but these people had a lot of means, and it wouldn't take long for them to investigate Long Chen's information. Of course, at that time, it was uncertain whether Long Chen would still be in Dubhe Star City. In fact, Li Tianji had seen the whole process of Long Chen's battle. He couldn't describe the shock in his heart. He clearly knew that it was very difficult for Long Chen to defeat a warrior at the 6th level of the divine martial realm. But now, he could easily defeat a warrior at the peak of the 8th level of the divine martial realm, far surpassing Li Tianji, who was at the peak of the 7th level of the divine martial realm. Li Tianji was already close to the 8th level of the divine martial realm, and he thought he was a genius, but compared to Long Chen, he was really far behind. Li Tianji was equivalent to a genius at the level of Li Tsong, which was very good, and he was far younger than Li Tsong. For a long time, he was very confused. Finally, Long Chen came to the edge of Dubhe Star City, which was 200,000 miles away. He had finally reached the branch of the 12 Supreme Alliances, and now he was back to square one. But this was the only place where he could be safe. Those warriors at the 9th level of the divine martial realm had a divine sense of 100,000 miles, but under the suppression of Dubhe Star City, their divine sense could only reach a few hundred miles. After stopping, Long Chen let Li Tianji out of a hidden room in a street. Li Tianji, with purple hair and purple eyes, looked at the man in front of him, who had become much more profound. The boy who was inconspicuous in his eyes now made him feel a sense of awe. Long time no see. Long Chen saw that he was not used to speaking, so he said first. Yes, long time no see. Li Tianji shivered, and his eyes flickered. He said bitterly, "It seems that my sister was right about you. You have reached such a level in less than a year." Long Chen nodded and asked, "Do you know what happened in the Supreme Een Devil Realm?" Li Tianji said, "I asked about it, but I don't know the details. My sister became the world emperor, but Yang Lingqing did. I heard that Yang Lingqing's soul was fused with a heaven ancestor of the Yang family, and then it was you and my sister who helped her." "You know that Yang Lingqing is my sister, right?" Long Chen asked. Li Tianji continued to nod, and his voice was a bit dissatisfied. "I know. I was a bit dissatisfied with you at first, but then I heard that my sister was infected by the 100,000 evil Dao. You went to the Nine Hells realm and took the saint's fruit, which helped her recover. Today, you saved me again. Now I only have gratitude for you." Long Chen still remembered that this guy used to be sloppy and had a maid and a servant. Now that he was alone, he had matured a lot. "Your sister came to find you," Long Chen said. "What?" Li Tianji was very excited. Long Chen shook his head and said, "I don't know much either. When I parted with her, she said she wanted to look for you. I don't know if she found this place. If she was here, after experiencing what happened today, she should have heard news about you and rushed here." "Really?" Li Tianji was very excited. She and Li Xuanji had been separated for a long time. "But it's not a good choice to stay here. They have probably started to search for us," Long Chen said coldly. Li Tianji understood this point. "All right, what are you doing here?" Li Tianji was curious. "Wasn't Long Chen from True Martial Emperor Palace?" "I want to enter the ruins to take a look, but I heard about you when I went to the 12 Supreme Alliance to get the pass." Li Tianji lowered his head. "I see. What do you plan to do next? Are you going to get the pass and enter the ruins?" Hearing this, Long Chen suddenly remembered that his appearance had been exposed today. As long as he appeared in Dubhe Star City, everyone would think that he had stolen the Li family's property. It seemed like he couldn't stay in Dubhe Star City any longer. Li Tianji also realized this, and he said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I've implicated you." Long Chen waved his hand. "It's fine. You're Xuanji's brother, so it's a small matter." "What do you plan to do next?" Li Tianji asked. Long Chen thought about it. "We'll wait here for a while. If there's no news of your sister, we'll go to another star city." Li Tianji was stunned. "We? You mean we'll go together?" Long Chen laughed involuntarily. "What else can I do? The news of you possessing a powerful treasure has already been leaked. As long as your identity is exposed, you'll be in danger no matter where you go. Unless you want to leave 9-star Chaos City, I can only hand you over to your sister." Li Tianji nodded softly. It seemed like Long Chen and Li Xuanji's relationship wasn't ordinary. That's right, if it wasn't, Long Chen would have gone all the way to the 9 underworlds to get the heaven and earth fruit for Li Xuanji. Sneaking a glance at Long Chen, Li Tianji thought that this young man wouldn't become his brother-in-law, would he? He was obviously much younger than him. However, he still had high hopes for Long Chen's character and strength. As a result, her impression of Long Chen had increased significantly. "Then we'll wait here for a few days. If there's no news, we'll go to North Star City. That's the biggest star city under the 12 Supreme Alliances. Many strong warriors gather there. North Star City is much more beautiful and vast than Dubhe Star City. At the same time, the ruins under its jurisdiction are the second largest in 9-star Chaos City." North Star City. Long Chen pondered. The ancient ruins in Dubhe Star City was the undead ancient abyss. He didn't know what was on the other side. But since it was the second largest, it was obvious that the bigger the place, the higher the possibility of finding the Void Universe Dragon's blood essence. If that was the case, then it was decided. Long Chen didn't stay at the same place. These few days, he had been moving around Dubhe Star City, observing the situation. As expected, many people were asking about Long Chen. 10 days later, there was still no news of Li Xuanji. It was likely that the people here had sealed the news and did not spread it out. Chapter 1309. North Star City was in the center of the western part of 9-Star Chaos City, while Dubhe Star City was at the edge. It would take a long time to get there. To save time, Long Chen had Li Tianji stay in the Great Virtual Realm and travel at full speed. His physical body was strong, and he had a great advantage in terms of endurance compared to others. Therefore, he was able to maintain a relatively high speed and quickly advance in the direction that Li Tianji had pointed out. Between the two huge cities was an endless wilderness. There was nothing in the wilderness, only killing. Along the way, Long Chen encountered a lot of killing. Some of it was because of hatred, some of it was because of benefits. This was the main theme of 9-Star Chaos City. Most people would choose to go back after living here for a while. Compared to this place, True Martial Emperor Palace was too peaceful. Don't worry. Polaris City is the biggest star city in the 12 Supreme Alliances, so the management is relatively strict. There are fewer cases of fighting on the streets. Moreover, it is the headquarters of the 12 Supreme Alliances, so no one would dare to provoke them, Li Tianji explained. After spending more than 10 days rushing at full speed, Long Chen finally saw a huge and magnificent city in the distance. This star city looked like a dazzling gem under the starlight. It was so beautiful that it made people suck in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he had seen it, which meant that he was still quite a distance away from it. However, he felt that North Star City was much more beautiful than the Dubhe Star Vein. If Dubhe Star City was a vulgar, dirty man, then North Star City was a dainty, beautiful girl. The starlight in the sky gathered above North Star City. The closer they got, the more peaceful and beautiful Long Chen found it. It was even more beautiful than the cities outside of 9-Star Chaos City. Under the starlight, North Star City was sparkling and translucent, flowing with light. When they got closer, Long Chen was shocked by the size of North Star City. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying city. He had heard that there were countless adventurers in 9-Star Chaos City, but there were very few in the wilderness. They were all gathered in North Star City. That's right, the most important place in 9-Star Chaos City is the ancient ruins, and this is the place that leads to the ancient ruins, and also the place to rest and recuperate after the battle. There was no one guarding North Star City, not even a city wall. Everyone could come and go as they pleased. At this time, Long Chen had Li Tianji come out. It was his first time coming to North Star City. Seeing this magnificent city and all kinds of buildings and houses, he was speechless. Compared to this place, Dubhe Star City was like hell on earth. At the same time, the smell of blood wasn't as strong. The people walking around had indifferent expressions and were very vigilant, but at least they didn't take the initiative to kill. The entire North Star City was shrouded in a sea of stars. Long Chen realized that he seemed to be walking inside a gem. The entire North Star City had countless intersecting streets and countless buildings. Even though North Star City was crowded with people, there were still many buildings that were empty. We don't know anything about Polaris City. We have to go to the headquarters of the 12 Supreme Alliances now to get the pass, Li Tianji said. Wait a moment. Long Chen led him here and there, and finally came to a hidden place. Looking with his spirit-devouring demon eyes, he saw a middle-aged martial artist practicing his fist technique in the middle of a beautiful starry courtyard. Long Chen rushed in without saying a word and punched him in the head, almost knocking him out. Then he used the soul controlling skill on him. This warrior was only at the 6th level of the divine martial realm, so it was easy for Long Chen to control his spiritual will. Actually, Long Chen didn't mean any harm. He just wanted to ask a question. After a while, he knew what he wanted to know. Polaris City is huge, and it's divided into the inner city and outer city. We're currently in the outer city, and the inner city is the headquarters of the 12 Supreme Alliances. Only the core members of the 12 Supreme Alliances can enter, and the management is quite strict. Even a fly can't get in. However, in the outer city, there's a branch set up by the 12 Supreme Alliances that allows people to obtain a pass. We'll just head to that place. Long Chen let the warrior go. After the two of them walked out, they headed towards the branch of the Supreme Alliance in the outer city. Aren't you from the Martial Emperor Palace? With your current strength, you should be a core member of the Martial Emperor Palace. It shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the headquarters of the 12 Supreme Alliances, right? Li Tianji asked. Long Chen understood. If he had entered the Martial God Palace and had the identity of a member of the Martial God Palace, it wouldn't be a problem for him to enter the North Star City. However, there didn't seem to be anything that could prove his identity. He hadn't received any news about entering the martial god palace. Therefore, this was a problem. Fortunately, there was a branch of the 12 Supreme Alliances in the outer city. Long Chen and Li Tianji asked around and headed for the branch of the 12 Supreme Alliances. From afar, they could see the tall walls of the inner city. They were more than 100 meters tall. There were many powerful warriors guarding the walls. It was said that anyone who came near would be killed. After spending a long time, the two of them finally got close to the branch. This star city was so big that it was a pain in the ass. They couldn't even use their fastest speed to walk on it. From the outside of the city to the inside of the city, it took more time than walking in the wasteland. Fortunately, they finally arrived. Long Chen saw that there was also a cylindrical building in front of him. The closer they got to this place, the more people came and went. There were people everywhere, and the streets were full of shops. Some were selling things, and some were pawn shops. There were also some shops that specialized in recycling things. In addition, where there were people, there would be enjoyment, not to mention these heroic warriors. Restaurants, brothels, and so on were everywhere. Ordinary restaurants could only be opened by people with a strong background. Otherwise, they would close down in a few days. As for the women in the brothels, they all had cultivation. Otherwise, ordinary warriors wouldn't be interested in them. Long Chen's heart was much calmer. He didn't care about these things. Looking up, there was a huge restaurant between him and the branch of the 12 Supreme Alliances. It was incomparably luxurious. It was about the same height as the branch of the 12 Supreme Alliances. Long Chen didn't know why, but he had a feeling that there was something confusing about this place called the North Star Restaurant. Since they had to pass by, Long Chen walked over. The North Star Restaurant was usually very lively. Because of its background, no one dared to cause trouble here. However, the restaurant was not open for business today. There were only a few people on the highest floor of the restaurant. In the exquisite and luxurious room, through a window, you could roughly see half of the North Star City below. In the room, there were two people sitting. One of them was a middle-aged man. He was quite burly and wore luxurious clothes made of precious materials. Although he looked fierce, his eyes were very gentle. At this moment, he was looking at a woman in front of him. She was wearing a long purple dress and had a graceful figure. However, she was wearing a cloak, so her face couldn't be seen clearly. From the outline, she should be very beautiful. The woman was lost in thought. Behind the middle-aged man, there were 10 men in black robes. They were not young, and some of them even looked like old men. Looking at them, one could faintly feel the aura of a super expert. If Long Chen was here, he would find that these 10 old men were at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial arts realm, at the same level as Lord Xian Ming. Obviously, these 10 people were the guards of the burly middle-aged man. To be able to have such a large number of guards, his status in the North Star City must be very high. Miss Li, the middle-aged man reminded her. Yes, what's the matter? The woman came back to her senses and stopped looking out of the window. In fact, it was just out of habit. She couldn't see clearly outside the window at all. She could only sense with her divine sense, which was suppressed, which had a great impact on her fighting ability. The middle-aged man smiled embarrassedly and said, Do you think this North Star restaurant is okay? The woman nodded and said, It's a very good place. After a while he said, Don't worry, I've already arranged for people to look for your brother. Our God-defying cult is the strongest sect below the 12 Supreme Alliances. Our power is spread all over the 6 major star cities. As long as I say the word, within half a month, your brother will be in front of you. Don't worry. Thank you, Brother Lin, the woman said sincerely. The woman spoke from the bottom of her heart. Although she was grateful, there was a natural calmness and indifference in her voice. This caused people to feel a sense of distance from her and feel that she was too high to reach. The middle-aged man was a little anxious and suddenly said excitedly, Miss Li, you may not know the power of my God-defying cult. The outer city of North Star City is basically controlled by my God-defying cult. Nothing can escape my eyes. By the way, I already have a plan for your eyes. I heard that the 12 Supreme Alliances will have an event in 2 months. I think one of the rewards of the event is something that can heal your eyes. When the time comes, I will get it for you. Seeing the man so excited, the woman felt a little guilty and quickly said, Thank you, Brother Lin, but I will find my own way about my eyes. I don't need to trouble you. When the middle-aged man heard this, He was a little angry. Just as he was about to continue, there was a lot of noise from below. Are there any flowers? Vote for Genius Sword Celestial. Next Monday, there are 2 covers of Genius Sword Celestial. Chapter 13:10. The use of the soul eye technique was partially related to the divine sense. If they were outside of 9-star Chaos City, Long Chen could use his divine sense to cover hundreds of miles. But in the North Star City, where the pressure was immense, he didn't have such a terrifying magical power. He was still some distance away from the North Star restaurant. When he first noticed that place, it was just a hunch. But as he flew closer with Li Tianji, the excitement in his heart intensified. Long Chen, what's wrong? Seeing his emotions fluctuate a little for the first time, Li Tianji couldn't help but be suspicious. I found the person you're looking for. Long Chen revealed a knowing smile. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He had just arrived at the North Star City and coincidentally met her here. This could only be considered fate. If the timing was just a little bit slower, they might not have met. The North Star City was huge. Even for a martial artist like Long Chen, who was like a god in the eyes of ordinary people, it took him a long time to reach the center from the edge. In fact, this wasn't the center. The real center was the inner city where the 12 Supreme Alliances were located. Yes, the person I'm looking for. Li Tianji was a little confused. He had already prepared to follow Long Chen for a long time. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the foot of the North Star restaurant. When they looked up, the restaurant was so tall that it reached the clouds. Below the North Star restaurant was a huge square. What surprised Long Chen was that this place, which was supposed to be very lively, was now empty. Only at the entrance of the restaurant, there were many martial artists dressed in black. Their eyes were very gloomy, and they were full of rebellious spirits. They were standing there, coldly glancing at the people passing by. There were about 100 people in this group of martial artists. The weakest was actually at the peak of the 7th Divine Martial Realm. Among them, there were a few at the peak of the 8th Divine Martial Realm. They seemed to be the leaders. Such a group of people was actually standing here to guard the door. It should be known that in many places, the peak of the 8th Divine Martial Realm was already considered a super expert. This proved the extent of the strength of those above them. At this moment, Long Chen's soul eye technique had already analyzed the entire North Star restaurant. There were countless huge spaces inside, but they were all empty at this moment. Only at the top floor, there were more than a dozen people there. Among them was the person Long Chen was looking for. As for the others, judging from the pressure of the God Martial Soul, they were all characters not inferior to Xianming Temple Master and Mad Demon Temple Master. There was only one person sitting face to face with the girl. His strength was almost the same as the girl's. He had just entered the 9th level of the Divine Martial Arts Realm. In fact, at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Martial Arts Realm, there were still some slight differences. For example, there was a huge gap between the strength of Temple Master Xianming and Nangong Lai. Even if 3 or 4 Temple Master Xianming joined forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Han Yunxing. Han Yunxing and Nangong Lai's group were extremely close to the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. It could be said that they were already waiting for the arrival of the Nirvana Tribulation Realm. Once it arrived, if they could endure it, they would become Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors. This kind of warrior was different from the ordinary peak of the 9th level of the Divine Martial Arts Realm. In the martial arts world, it was called the Great Perfection of Martial Path. It was not the Great Perfection of the Divine Martial Arts Realm, but the Great Perfection of the entire martial path. After the martial path, it was the Heavenly Way. Han Yunxing and the others had already made initial contact with the Heavenly Way. Their God martial souls were gradually condensing Taoist seals. There was a fundamental difference between them and the ordinary peak of the 9th level of the Divine Martial Arts Realm. Their combat strength was also very different. But no matter what, it was impossible for the 3,000 palaces to have 10 warriors at the peak of the 9th level of the Divine Martial Arts Realm as guards. Such people could only exist in the Martial God Palace. Why is she with such people? After realizing this and seeing the situation in front of him, Long Chen appropriately restrained his excitement and calmed down. This was the 9-star Chaos City. Even if they knew she was here, they could not act recklessly. Li Tianji followed him and stopped. Panting, he asked Long Chen, "What's going on?" Li Tianji also had the soul eye technique, but it was also suppressed here. At the same time, He did not pay much attention to the top floor of the North Star restaurant. In front of the North Star restaurant, more than 100 guards stood there coldly. The passers-by all retreated in fear, not daring to approach. Some ignorant people tried to enter the North Star restaurant, but it did not take long for them to be taught a miserable lesson, almost to the point of being crippled. Long Chen squinted his eyes. It seemed that the people with her had great authority in this North Star city. At this moment, the 100 guards also noticed Long Chen and Li Tianji, who had stopped in front of the North Star restaurant. Immediately, more than a dozen warriors rushed over. One of the leaders said, "The North Star restaurant is closed today. Get out of here quickly. If you are one step slower, my God-defying cult will take your life." The other party was extremely domineering. As soon as he finished speaking, he made a move to expel them. These people were all at the peak of the 7th level of the divine martial realm. The one who had just spoken to Long Chen was at the early 8th level of the divine martial realm. Long Chen had no intention of fighting with them, but the other party was showing off their strength and chattering. They were about to make a move to expel them. Long Chen pondered for a moment and then suddenly made his move. With his current strength, in just a few breaths of time, the black-clothed martial artists were all knocked down. One of them fell to the ground, having lost the ability to fight. Since Long Chen was going to make a move, he always went all out. The commotion here naturally alarmed the other people of the God-defying cult. More than 100 people shouted angrily and rushed toward Long Chen. In their opinion, someone dared to fight with the God-defying cult in the outer city of the North Star City. He must be courting death. The God-defying cult. Hearing this term, Li Tianji first thought for a moment, and suddenly his face changed. He shouted, "Hurry up! The God-defying cult is the strongest force in the 12 Supreme Alliances besides the Supreme Alliance. Even the people of the 12 Supreme Alliances can't do anything to them. This outer city is the territory of the God-defying cult." Long Chen suddenly offended the people of the God-defying cult here, and the result was naturally not a good death. "No need." Long Chen waved his hand, signaling him to calm down. Although more than 100 warriors were besieging him, Long Chen was indifferent and extremely calm. He stretched out his hand and pointed to the sky. At this time, several figures were falling from the sky. Most of them were men, and they were powerful. They were like a huge deep sea that people couldn't see through. However, the moment Li Tianji raised his head, he was stunned. In front of him was a girl in a purple dress. Her cloak had been taken off, and her long dark green hair cascaded down like a waterfall, gently dancing in the wind. Her face was like carved jade, and her dark green eyes were like the deep sea. She exuded a simple and elegant aura that was intoxicating. Under the illumination of the light, her delicate and smooth skin was like the most beautiful white jade in the world. Her figure was graceful, and her curves were undulating, making people's eyes linger on her. She was a perfect woman, but it was a pity that her eyes were dull and lifeless. Li Tianji was stunned. He suddenly found that his throat was dry, and he couldn't say a word. His whole body was filled with excitement. This was a scene he had imagined for a long time, but he didn't expect it to happen as soon as he arrived at the North Star City. Li Xuanji was the same. At the bottom of the tall building, she felt the movement below. Their blood relationship was incomparably strong, and she quickly discovered that the person who was participating in the commotion below was actually her little brother. Of course, the first person she discovered was Long Chen. She had interacted with Long Chen for a period of time, and had even let Long Chen carry her on his back every day. Naturally, she was very familiar with his aura. Li Xuanji's excitement was similar to Li Tianji's. After separating from Long Chen, she found Li Tianji's 2 servants. She knew that Li Tianji had come to 9-star Chaos City alone, and had concealed his identity. He wanted to improve his strength in this fierce environment, and take on the responsibility of inheriting the family. Because of this, although Li Xuanji knew he was here, she couldn't find him. Half a year later, Li Tianji suddenly appeared in front of her, and even with Long Chen. This was too unexpected for her. "Stop." At this time, the hundreds of warriors were still fighting fiercely with Long Chen. The burly middle-aged man in luxurious clothes hurriedly shouted. Immediately, everyone stopped, and retreated behind the man in luxurious clothes. They stood respectfully, not daring to make the slightest movement. Long Chen looked at Li Xuanji. Of course, Li Xuanji hadn't seen her little brother for a long time. Now that she finally saw him alive, her eyes couldn't help but redden. She hugged Li Tianji, and the two didn't say much, just a few intimate words.
I thought I would never see you again.
Li Tianji wiped away his tears of excitement and said with a choked voice. Who said that? Impossible. Li Xuanji looked at him affectionately. Your eyes. Li Tianji clearly felt that something was wrong. We'll talk about it later. Li Xuanji casually avoided this question. During this period of time, she had changed a lot. At this time, Long Chen had already walked to their side. Seeing her again, Long Chen's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Long time no see. This time, it was Long Chen's turn to say such a thing. Hearing this, Li Xuanji revealed a knowing smile. Although she didn't say anything, Long Chen knew what she was thinking. There was no need to say anything more. This small detail was seen by the burly middle-aged man at the side. A trace of unfriendliness flashed in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. At this moment, he walked forward and laughed heartily. He stood next to Li Xuanji and laughed heartily. Miss Li, these two are. Why don't you introduce them to Brother Lin? Chapter 13:11. From Li Xuanji's subtle actions, Long Chen could see that she wasn't as familiar with his brother Lin as they seemed on the surface. Seeing his enthusiasm, she could only helplessly say, "This is the brother I'm looking for, Li Tianji." As for this one, looking at Long Chen, she hesitated for a moment and said, "This is my good friend, Long Chen." Hearing the word good friend, the middle-aged man let out a sigh of relief and said, "So it's Miss Li's brother and friend. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Lin Yishan, and I'm from the 9-Star Chaos City's Defying Sect." This guy was very familiar with them and joined in the joy of the reunion. Before Li Xuanji could say anything, he said enthusiastically, "Haha, today is really a day full of surprises. I was just about to help Miss Li find you, but I didn't think you'd come here. It's been a long time since you and your brother met. I'm the host, so let me be the host and welcome your brother." Long Chen sized up this Lin Yishan. Although this guy was much older than Li Xuanji, and his cultivation wasn't that outstanding, his status was very high. He seemed to be interested in Li Xuanji. No wonder he was hostile. "Forget it. We won't disturb you." Li Tianji wasn't a fool. Although this guy must have a high status, he was still far from the image of a brother-in-law in his mind. If he wanted Li Tianji to welcome him back, then he'd better forget about it. Hearing Li Tianji's words, Lin Yishan's expression didn't change. He said, "How can I forget about it? I have a deep friendship with Miss Li. In this North Star City, at least I, Lin Yishan, am someone important. Miss Li, don't tell me you won't even give Big Brother Lin face? That would be looking down on me." Lin Yishan was an old hand at this. If Li Xuanji still rejected him after he said that, it would really be too disrespectful. He was kind enough to hold a welcome dinner for her younger brother. If she still rejected him, it would definitely be a slap in the face. Li Xuanji knew that Long Chen and Li Tianji didn't seem to like this man, but she had some concerns in her heart, which made it a little difficult for her. "Brother Lin is personally inviting us. How can we not go?" "Lead the way," Long Chen suddenly interrupted. In reality, Li Xuanji and Li Tianji listened to him. Brother Long Chen is so sensible. "Miss Li, Brother Tianji, come with me." Lin Yishan laughed and led Li Xuanji away. The 10 warriors at the peak of the 9th LV of the Divine Martial Realm vaguely exerted pressure on Long Chen and followed them. In the North Star restaurant, Lin Yishan invited Long Chen and the other two with the highest standard. Delicacies, wine, and food were served one after another. There were also dancers. The dancers were all warriors, and their movements were graceful, far better than those of ordinary dancers. The performance was pleasing to the eyes and made people forget to leave. After that, there were many other performances. During this period, Lin Yishan kept talking with Li Xuanji and Li Tianji, leaving Long Chen aside. Lin Yishan looked honest and reliable. His words were full of care for Li Xuanji, full of gentleness, without a trace of aggressiveness. From their conversation, Long Chen had some understanding of the God-defying cult. Other than the 12 Supreme Alliances, the God-defying cult was the strongest faction in the 6 western cities. Just like the demonic Dragon Hall, it was an original faction in 9-Star Chaos City. It was the original residence here, and it was the second strongest faction in 9-Star Chaos City, almost on par with the demonic Dragon Hall. However, it had been defeated in a war, and was almost annihilated by the demonic Dragon Hall. Tens of thousands of years later, it rose from the ashes, and under the protection of the 12 Supreme Alliances, it had the power it had today. In the God-defying cult, there were many Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors. The number of Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors in a sect was basically equal to the strength of the sect. According to Lin Yixin's bragging, when the God-defying cult was at its peak, there were hundreds of Nirvana Tribulation Realm warriors, which was comparable to half of the Shadow Demon Realm. It must be very powerful. The inheritance and resources left from ancient times should be very rich, but it was unknown how much they had preserved. The God-defying cult was named after the word defying. Most of the people in the cult were rebellious, arrogant, and despotic. However, Lin Yixin was more restrained and seemed to be a good person. The current strength of the God-defying cult was estimated to be only about 1/10 of its peak. They worked under the 12 Supreme Alliances, or to put it bluntly, as they were running dogs of the 12 Supreme Alliances. The outer city of Polaris City was basically controlled by the God-defying cult. It was no wonder that Lin Yixin was easily protected by 10 warriors at the peak of the LV9 Divine Martial Realm. As for Lin Yixin's identity, it was obvious that he was the highest figure in the God-defying cult, the son of the current God-defying cult leader. He was older than Long Chen had imagined, but his cultivation was not outstanding, only at the beginning of the LV9 Divine Martial Realm. Because of his lack of talent in cultivation, he mainly took care of some trivial matters in Polaris City. It seemed that Lin Yixin had a younger brother called Lin Yixian, who was the current young master of the God-defying cult. His cultivation was much stronger than Lin Yixin's. After the banquet, Lin Yixin said, "It's rare for the three of you to meet again. I'm already very sorry for disturbing you today. I have already prepared 3 of the best rooms in this Polaris restaurant for the 3 of you to have a good rest and catch up. I will take my leave first." After saying that, he didn't dawdle and left with his people. Although there were no customers in this Polaris restaurant, there were still many servants and maids working. Under their guidance, Long Chen and the other 2 came to the place Lin Yixin had arranged for them. After the servants left, the 3 of them sat down. Li Xuanji's eyes hadn't recovered, and Long Chen felt a little sad. "You're in a bad mood. Actually, I'm not very familiar with Lin Yixin, but I'm really sorry for making you suffer today." Li Xuanji was very sensitive. Even without looking, she could feel that Long Chen wasn't that happy. Long Chen wasn't upset about this matter. Lin Yixin had just left him hanging. This kind of trivial matter didn't make Long Chen feel uncomfortable. Long Chen didn't explain, because there was no need to. He directly asked, "What's your relationship with this God-defying cult member?" Seeing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Li Tianji coughed a few times, smiled strangely, and said, "Do you want me to leave first?" Long Chen waved his hand, motioning him not to speak, and let Li Xuanji speak first. Li Xuanji didn't think much of it and said, "When I first came to North Star City, I had a conflict with a powerhouse who was stronger than me and was about to lose my life. It was Big Brother Lin who saved me. Thanks to his care these few days, my injuries have recovered a little. Also, when he heard that I was looking for my brother, he was prepared to help me. I didn't expect you and Tianji to come by yourselves. I was almost killed in Dubhe Star City. Long Chen saved me and brought me here. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to see you in 10 lifetimes." Li Tianji's eyes were a little red as he thought about what happened along the way. Li Xuanji tensed up and asked with concern, "How did this happen?" Li Tianji said helplessly, "In Dubhe Star City, I met a good brother who traveled with me, and we fought side by side for more than 3 months. I trusted him a lot, and accidentally let him know my identity. I didn't expect him to have evil intentions, and in the end, I killed him, but the news that I owned the Li family's property spread out. But now, no one in Polaris City knows me." Li Xuanji finally understood the cause and effect of the matter, and she was very grateful to Long Chen. Long Chen's attention wasn't here, and after hearing Li Xuanji's words, he finally understood why Li Xuanji gave face to Lin Yixin. On one hand, this old man did help her, and on the other, Lin Yixin wasn't a genius, but the power behind him was very strong, and they couldn't fight against him. Offending him wouldn't do them any good. Long Chen also didn't want to cause trouble for Li Xuanji because of him. Being able to reunite was already a good thing, but what would happen after that? Li Xuanji mainly came to find Li Tianji, and now that they were reunited, it seemed like there was no need to stay in a place like 9-Star Chaos City. Before, Li Tianji was too eager for revenge,
and thought that this place was the best training for him, and he couldn't wait for a second longer.
Next, what do you two plan to do? Leave here, go back to the Shadow Devil world, or go somewhere else?
Long Chen said in a low voice.
Then what do you plan to do? Li Xuanji sat with her legs slightly bent, and her skirt was wrinkled, forming a perfect curve. Perhaps it was because she was worried about Long Chen, but she was a little nervous, and her face was flushed. Long Chen didn't want to hide it, and said, I want to go to the 9 Great Ruins. I came to North Star City because I want to go to the second largest ruin in 9-Star Chaos City. Li Xuanji stared blankly for a moment. Her beautiful face glowed with divine light as she said with some regret, It seems like there's been some trouble. Something has happened in North Star City recently. The entrance to the ancient ruins has been temporarily closed.
What?
Long Chen was a little speechless. In Dubhe Star City, he didn't go to the Dead Soul's ancient abyss, and now here in North Star City, it was all for naught.
Listen to me first.
Li Xuanji calmed down and said softly, It seems like a month ago, a group of experts in the great perfection of the martial path entered the ancient ruins and found a treasure map. They were originally ambitious, but then they found that most of the things indicated on the treasure map had been taken, and there were only 3 things left. These 3 things were to be distributed among the 12 forces. This was the first time the 12 Supreme Alliances had a unified operation, which had never happened before, so there was no unified distribution rule. After a month of competition and discussion, there was no result, so the 12 Supreme Alliances came up with a method to decide the distribution of these 3 things. First of all, these 3 things are good things that even the experts in the Nirvana Tribulation realm will fight for. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.